Awakenings over there on 52nd Avenue, and Thunderbird again, 52nd between 52nd and 51st, and Thunderbird. Join us today. We'll be here from 11 to 5. So come on and over. Right now, what you see in front of you is partially my shadow, but you also see the speakers list for the day. So again, if you're looking to find some information about any of these things, these are the speakers and these are the times in which they will be speaking. These times are Mountain Standard times. So make sure you adjust your time for our time, Mountain Standard. All right. I'm going to turn you over to somebody first. Here we go. This is Julie. Julie Curran.
Karen.
Karen.
We've only known each other for a year. It's okay, Don.
Stuck with the word Karen. It's like,
Yeah, I can understand that. Welcome this morning, 11:11, and yes, I know Mountain Standard Time 11:11 has already come and gone, but Pacific Time still has it coming along with Alaskan and Hawaiian Aleutian. So yes, 11:11 is still coming on. Okay, I've asked to speak today because I want to introduce myself and also introduce my community page of Love Riot Warriors. Okay, I am, like I said, Julia Karen, and Don said as well, and I have been following my spiritual journey for a year. Yes, I'm I'm in my 60s and very proud of that. And the fact that in this last year, because I have doing this journey, I am getting, or my body, I should say, is getting younger and healthier every single day. And the reason why have been, I want to speak to you guys is because everyone is telling me that I need to tell my story. I need to tell my story to encourage anyone and everyone that you could do this too. You don't have to wait until your 60s to be able to do this. This is something that everybody has within them. You just have to believe and trust. And a lot of people have a problem with what we do because they think it's against God. It is not. We believe in God as the highest, the creator, the source. It is within us. But each person who does this is an individual. We are all on our own path, just as you are on your own path, just as everybody within your circle, your realm, your universe is in their own path. And I have been online for the last 6 months doing live chats on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Friday mornings. I got the bug one time when I filled in on a Tuesday and haven't been able to resist this any further. What we do is we help people. On the live chats, a lot of people come in with problems, and I'm hearing a feedback, so it's kind of loud over here. Okay, it's better now. Please, thank you. Yeah, you can't see me, so yes, now you see me. And I have my sunglasses on. Forgot about that. Anyway, yes, as I said, that everybody can do this. Sorry, we're still working on technical part, getting the bugs out before uh, the next speaker, which is Levita Kilgo, which will be talking about her own modality that she created. But what I'm here to do is tell you that you can do this too. Whatever resonates with you, go for it. We do not, this is not about um, negativity or anything else. Oh, hello, Molly. That was Molly. And Molly will be a little bit later this afternoon. And I don't know if she's going to be on her phone to do it or not, but she is. Oh, beautiful. So she's not going to stand up and
no, she'll stay here.
oh, she'll stand here, but on her phone as well. Yeah, I'm on my phone too, but I'm not. I put it off to the side. So yes, you can do this too. And it's just what you believe in, what you truly believe in. Yes, God is very important to us. And yes, some of us don't believe in that. But it's the journey that we are on. A lot of the spirituality churches believe in just seeking the divine and becoming the divine person you were meant to be, or divine being you were meant to be. But you don't have to stick to one certain religion or one certain belief. Again, it's whatever resonates with you. Grab it, learn as much as you can. I have learned so many different things, so many different modalities in the last year, and I'm every day is about learning. As I was talking about in our chats, a lot of people come in who need help, who have questions, who need directions. We're there to help. No, we are not medical personnel. We are not attorneys. We are not counselors per se. Some of us are, and some of us were nurses earlier in life, teachers, attorneys. But right now, we are doing this, and this is basically most of our full time job. A lot of us do a lot of other things as well, but we are here to help people. And as I was saying, I wanted to introduce Love Riot Warriors. Love Riot was a page I started on Facebook. It was an event page. And I started that page because there was so much anger and hatred and violence in the world. And starting at the top, we don't have to get into that. I am not here for politics at all. I'm here to help. And with Love Riot, I wanted to make a place, an event that people could come together for one reason. That's unconditional love, not a love fest, not a Woodstock revisited or anything like that. But 5 years later, it it evolved into a community page. So Love Right is a community page to help people one person at a time love themselves so they can spread the light of love throughout the world. And that's my purpose, is to do that. And as Archangel Michael says, to fight for freedom and stand for love. So that came a year after I started this journey, that I found out what Archangel Michael had said. And I've taken that to heart as well, because I'm fighting for freedom of each person. Because everyone who has any negativity or any shadows or any bad feelings whatsoever, they've been through some trauma. And most of them have held on to this trauma, held on to these bad feelings, some for over 50 years. One of my friends has told me that she doesn't care for a parent, and that was because of what happened when they were younger. Well, that person has put themselves in a prison. And it's just sad to see that happen. So that's what I'm here to do, is to help you get yourself out of your prisons. And the first thing to do is to forgive yourself. And no, I'm not saying you did anything wrong. It's your reaction to these people. It's your reaction to the situation. It's your getting yourself into that situation in the first place, not getting yourself out of that situation. I mean, it is how you feel about yourself. And you need to have unconditional love for yourself. There's one affirmation I love, and that is, I radiate unconditional love to everyone, including myself. It is love that will heal this world. It is love that will heal you. But we can't spread the love until we love ourselves first. You can't do for others until you do for yourself first. Yes, God is the ultimate. I call him Almighty. So if you hear me say Almighty, that's what I'm talking about. And the Almighty is here and with us all the time. And I know a lot of people have questions about it, and that's great. But what this has brought to me, my spiritual journey, or my being a metaphysician, has brought to me an open mind and an open heart. And you can do this too. This is not that difficult. Yes, I practice every day. Yes, I learn new things every day. And a lot of people do talk about addictions and other mental issues they might have. But as far as addictions, yes, I have one addiction, and that is learning. I am addicted with learning new things every single day. And yes, I'll take that addiction over any other one. But if you're focused on improving yourself, you don't have time for anything else. Not only do I try and improve myself, but I'm here to help others. So I'm hoping you join us at loveriotwarriors.com, at Love Riot Warriors on YouTube, and Love Riot on Facebook. On, again, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I'm on live. So I'm going to wrap this up because one of my friends, family members, tribe member, will be speaking on her own modality. I give you Levita Kilgo.
Is it ready to go? Oh, okay, perfect. Well, hello everyone. My name is Levita Kilgo, and I am a psychic medium and Reiki healer. However, today I'm not here to speak about Reiki. What I want to talk about today is something that I call color alignment therapy. So, what is color alignment therapy? This is a healing modality that I created myself before I even became a Reiki master. In fact, it was because of this skill that my friends encouraged me to take Reiki classes. This came about when I was 16 and I started to take in person psychic classes. I had asked to practice my healing on classmates who were willing to sit for me before class, and that's how it all began. I was just so fascinated seeing all of these like minded individuals and healers, and it really inspired me to take this path. So when I first started practicing, it began with a solid color, and I would visualize this color moving throughout the person's body. With time, I began to see multiple colors, and I recognized patterns with what they are most helpful with. I eventually developed my own way of directing the energy and a way to close the energy when the healing is done. So, what does a healing look like from my perspective? Before I start, I would like to mention that the energy is not mine. The energy is pure source. For those of you who don't know what I'm referring to when I say source, think of your higher power or the purest form of unconditional love. So I begin every healing by stating that I am healing, insert the individual's name, across space and time, throughout all lifetimes on a deep cellular level. And then next, I begin envisioning a spiral of energy coming down from the cosmos, and this energy is moving both clockwise and counterclockwise. When healing, I like to use the 13 major chakra system. I do believe there are more chakras, but in the end, chakras are just energy centers, so you're really just one big chakra. With this system, there are two chakras located above your crown chakra. So when the spiral of energy comes down, I begin working about 2 feet above your head. And then I move down to your crown chakra. The next is your third eye chakra. And then I believe there are chakras in each ear. And then I move down to your throat chakra, your heart chakra, and then chakras in the palm of each of your hands. And then we go to the heart, and then then the solar plexus, the sacral chakra, the root chakra, and then finally the chakras located in the sole of each of your feet, making a total of 13. After scanning the whole body, I like to visualize a cosmic orange bubble of light encapsulating the person I am healing. I also like to state that I am sealing in all of the healing energy and deep sacral chakra laughter. Then the healing is complete. As I mentioned earlier, while doing this healing, it started with just one solid color. The color best suited for who I am healing appears in my third eye seconds before I place my hands on the person. And as I stated earlier, when scanning someone's energy, I start from the top and work my way down. It's always been a bit of a challenge putting this into words. However, the way I'm alerted when there is an ailment or place that needs extra attention is almost like the feeling you would get if you were to tug a balloon that had helium in it. If you were to pull on the string, that resistance you feel is what I feel energetically. So I would like to take this time now and introduce you to the colors that I commonly see and how I discovered them. Starting off with cosmic orange. Now, this color relates to happiness, laughter, self-expression, and sacral chakra healing, and it gives energy. And I'm not surprised this was the first color I started using, given that orange is my favorite color. The next color is galactic green, and this is related to the heart chakra, and it reminds me of the beauty, unconditional love, and vibrancy of the heart chakra, along with its extraordinary intelligence. So this heals and assists with the heart chakra portal activation. Now, I was called to this color when I saw it in an EMF protection crystal pyramid. The next color is electric blue, which is great for joint and leg pain. I see this color as a spiraling lightning bolt going up the legs of whoever I am healing, and then the space that isn't the lightning-like formation is a lighter shade of blue. This color came to me naturally in a healing. The next color I call sunshine and rainbows. It relieves built-up tension, aids with confidence, and helps with depression. I discovered this color on a crystal when watching a psychic reading on YouTube. Now, the other color is icy white. And it definitely has a cool energy to it, although my hands are known for being warm when I'm healing. And this one helps with clearing energy and relieving stress. Now that I have said all of that, I would like you to think about how I discovered all of these colors. Just about all of them have been from inspiration that I have found in my everyday life. Now, I mention this because if I can do it, so can you. Something that you may have noticed in the realm of spirituality, whether you do this work professionally or not, is that there are not any rules you need to follow to be doing something right. And I guess I say that loosely just because even with Reiki, there is a certain protocol, if you will, to follow. But I do want to mention, when I took my Reiki classes, I was absolutely astounded by the similarities between how Reiki was done and how I was doing my color alignment therapy. And when I was creating color alignment therapy, there was no rule book that I was following. In fact, I was positive that I didn't have a clue what I was doing. And yet, my intuition still led me in just the right direction. So please give yourself grace when doing this. And it took me time to find inspiration, or in other words, inspiration to find me. And I'm still learning every day. What I would like to emphasize here is that the imagination is an excellent tool for us to tap into. Within the imagination lies the ability to tap into our psychic abilities. Just think if when we were younger, if our imagination was nourished, we would have been far more receptive to the energetic realms around us. Being open and welcoming to inspiration from all forms is a key element to creating your own healing modality. Now, I'd like to go over a couple of things to consider when creating your own modality. You don't have to do this in a professional setting to gain value from this. Energy healing can elevate your life in many ways. For example, in the days leading up to this speech, I was certainly experiencing some anxiety. And with my knowledge of energy healing, I was able to help myself. See, we live in the third dimension, which is the physical. And then the fourth dimension is kind of the gateway between the 3D and the 5D. Now, the 5D is the quantum realm. So space and time do not exist within that realm. So with that said, with the days leading up to this one, I was able to give energy healing to my future self to help calm my nerves. And this can also be used in reverse to help heal past traumas and wounds that we have not yet healed from. So the healing's journey is never ending, okay? And in this creation process, what may work for me might not work for you. And how you interpret the information may be completely different from mine. And that is absolutely encouraged. Thank you. No. I'm sure. Yes. Perfect. Um, sure. All right. Yeah, come on up. See, I'll get for you. No, you're good. Let's see. So with this energy healing, I feel some tingling sensation, and my hands also get kind of warm. So I'm just gonna start off. And what's your name, Christine?
I'm shuffling the deck. I don't want you to mesmerize that action of shuffling. And so I want you to feel when you shuffle, not feel as anything. Just get into the rhythm. And when you are comfortable, I will ask you. Okay, so then once we start, so we go into areas whatever it is, that's your so let's start it. And then when you are ready, this card was separate. Right? This card came out first. You're not so even though there is a stronger energy, so we're looking at the energy is to move forward, how to it's interesting because I'm and they're saying sometimes we need something else to intervene. We don't like what medicine yet. Look, it's a whole process. so it wasn't easy. It was a very of course not. It was rough, but again, they're asking me to have more listen to music. Listen to music. I'll be honest with that. There will be a time where you are your energy, where you really you want your life, you were determined to go back to that music. To use that music to create to let that energy ride on your life. So you can find it. It's still there. It's always been there. It's just using is that right? Right. Well, that's what it is. So spirit is like they're confirming you're doing the right thing. Again, music is remember, and you're like, oh, I remember this. And you remember also is this somebody else coming into your life? Somebody who was from there. And so it's giving you right time to those and you're not one of them. Okay. So now the study card came out. The study card in reference to all this is again how focus. This is going to take focus and it's not going to be the meanings of kind of what we're reading because so you
Are you alright if I reveal what I saw in the morning? So I feel as though you had a very tedious job. It has a lot of the tedious labor. I was hearing waitress at first. And then when I got down I was moving from your crown chakra to your throat chakra, I saw the color red, which I felt like maybe you might have argued with someone recently. Also, I feel typically when doing healing, I go to the left arm instead of the right. I was drawn to go to the right side first. I don't know if you would experience kind of like an imbalance, like maybe one side's higher than the other or something like that, but I was feeling that you do experience that. I also got that you taking Epsom salt baths would be very helpful for you during this time. Thank you for sitting for me. Thank you.
So do you have any feedback on what he told you?
Well, I have gone through a very, very hard time recently. In my personal life, it's been the person I was with betrayed me in the worst way possible with my child. So I've been going through a lot. So I think that would be the red for sure. And I work customer service, work at PetSmart. So just dealing with people and animals, like I love it, but it does get overwhelming at times. So yeah.
Yes. Well, thank you
And
so
I can
much.
feel like really relaxed, like when and your hands do get very warm and very interesting.
Oh, thank you so much.
Very relaxing.
Thank you. Thank you. So now I'm gonna give this over to our next speaker.
Well, actually, we started late.
Okay,
However, it is only 8 after 12.
8 after 12.
Yes,
Okay.
you were supposed to go from 12 to 1, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. So we're going to take a break.
Take a little
Hopefully
break?
I can
Okay.
get Beth in here to talk if she's ready.
Okay,
now.
perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, we'll just set it down on the chair and we'll be right back. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We will be returning. And at 2, it will be mindful channeling guide the enlightenment. Since we have about 40 minutes of downtime and the next speaker is busy, I want to say hello to Diana Houle, to Paula, to Kelly Dix, who are on. No, we will not be answering questions. Sorry, as I get too close to the camera. We will not be answering questions or doing live readings. But since we did have downtime, I did want to let you know or say hi to everybody who's on. I know there's others watching as well, but there's only a few chatting with us. So thank you guys for coming in, and please share, follow, like. We have multiple people on, and we have a total, let me see, of 13 channels running right now. I will let Don know you said thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much. As you could probably hear him in the background, he is doing a reading on the chats live at the Psychic Fair here. So thank you guys all for watching, and give us a few minutes. We will be back. If I can figure out his commercials, I will run them. Thank you. Yes, we're still working on that.
I'll lead them through it. She said she thinks I'll do a guided self-care relaxation. How long do you want? Oh my God. It's up to you guys. I'll be wanting a chair.
Sure.
So
Great.
I'll steal.
That's fine. Yeah, or because I'm going to bring some more in, so grab wherever you want. We have a volunteer.
Yeah, her kids are all. So have a seat, and wherever the camera will pick up that there's an audience learning the technique, that's where they'll sit.
Okay.
And I'll be sitting here.
Okay. So if you want to pull a chair up or wherever you want to
Well,
be able to see her.
wherever the camera pulls up that I'm like instructing and she's learning or they're learning, where would that be?
We need a chair up.
And then would I be facing toward her?
Yes.
Okay. However you want.
Definitely stay in the light because it was too dark. So I will let you.
Is this better?
No, that's darker.
Where do you want it?
Underneath the light.
Okay.
Yeah, you look much. Yeah, we can see you there. Okay, and
I've just been recruited to give a presentation.
yes,
I wasn't on.
the list. You weren't on
I
the
was
list.
not on the list. This is unexpected impromptu.
Yes, and
That's okay. No problem. I've been trained to do it, so. Would you like to participate? I'm going to teach a self-care technique. Just right here. Okay. Thanks for being here. Just let me know when you want me to begin. Unexpected presenter. Is this good? Good afternoon. My name is Corinna Johnstone. I'm an RN practicing some integrative care modalities and showing today protocol for self-care. It was presented by Soul Lightning Acupressure faculty in response to the events of 9/11 at Ground Zero. This is a way we can treat ourselves or others to help integrate a person in shock or help relieve stress that's in the body. So without further ado, I'm going to show you 16 points that you can find on your own body and use your own curved fingertips to place in a gentle curve. We call it a fulcrum. Not so hard you're pushing with pressure, and not so soft you're tickling, but just nestling gently with your curved fingertips at the following pairs of points. The points were chosen, I don't know if the camera can pick this up. The points were chosen by the staff of Soul Lightning Acupressure because they are known to come to the surface but run deep through every energy channel, sometimes called meridians. So through accessing and holding these 16 pairs of points, you'll have accessed every energy pathway in your body, and specifically designed from the heart to relax you deeply. Would you like to get started? Sort of like Simon says, first we invite all help, guidance, love, and light as we do this work together. We set our intention in a sacred space, safe place, curving our fingertips and finding the first set of points, which would be simply resting on the foreleg as we stretch our back over. A full body stretch, don't reach further than is comfortable. Take 3 breaths at each place. And as best you can, find the curve in your fingertips and hug your own rib cage at your back. Find that free space just outside your spine. I'll stand and turn around to demonstrate. Finding my spine, I'm going to bring my curve to the tall place of that back strap muscle. Not pushing, just gently nestling till 3 breaths. Relax, feeling it open. Next pair of points from where you sit are in your knee crease, halfway. So right in the middle of your knee crease. You'll feel 2 tendons straddling each side. Nestling your fingertips into the knee crease gently, your curved fulcrum or finger. Breathing 3 times. Just draining energy down and out your back. This is called the Seva stress release. Seva means selfless, loving compassion. The next set of points, releasing our hands, find your curve again, and this time crisscross and land right on the top of your shoulders in the belly of this trapezius muscle. Gentle fulcrum, pushing but not too much. We carry our stress here. We physically manifest stress here. As we breathe through this, remind yourself there's nothing you need to be burdened by right now. Nothing to make a decision about right now. And when you're ready, stay up top, but squeeze very gently down your own upper arms till you find the bony prominence at each elbow. Right there. These immune points that you're going to fall into are found by putting the curve back into your finger, rolling toward the arm crease into a soft place. Right. Yeah, right in here. Right. Finding your curve, nestling there. These immune points are here to help you release all that does not serve you. And gently squeezing the rest of the way down to each wrist. Hold one wrist underneath, cradling it. You're crossing some very important calming yin points here, supporting nervous system relaxation, calming. And with thumb and maybe forefinger, start squeezing down each digit. We'll end at the base of the fingernail, squeezing gently and pausing here. At these entry and exit points of each digit, we ask, may all that does not serve be released, and you'll feel it tingling everywhere. Let's go to the forefinger or the index finger, squeezing. There are also entry points here. We ask that all energy we need be gathered in. Feel that pulsing. Tall finger, squeezing. And you can pause at any of them where you think something's happening and breathe as many times as you want to into this. This could take half an hour. You could do it in the car if you have 5 minutes. I'm at my ring finger. May all that does not serve me be released. May all I need gather in. And when you're ready, do your other hand. And I skipped a part. Does anyone know what I skipped? What did I skip? There you go. Pretty important yin points here for autonomic nervous system balancing and calming. It's pretty strong, isn't it? A strong sensation. Down the index finger for me. Down the tall finger, resting with tiniest squeeze on each side of the nail bed where it begins. Is there anybody in here feeling something in the trunk of their body when they do these points? Feel it in the middle? Yes, the triple warmer places. Yeah. You feel some turning around, and some people would even describe this as elliptical or helical feelings if you're tuned with that. Yeah, that makes sense. And just squeezing each hand like for some release. From here, we take our hand and make a little gentle curve. I usually use the tall finger, and I'm going to actually place this one in my, this thumb on one side in my own armpit and fold down on it if you can, right in the middle of it, even if it's sweaty, but at least you're doing your own. With this hand, hold the outside of your, fall down from your hand and fall right onto your wrist, pinky side of your wrist. And it might be awkward. This is the top and the bottom of the heart channel. May your heart see wisely. And letting go, we're going to switch sides. So this arm gets this thumb. This hand comes to the pinky side, falls onto the wrist crease. May your heart guide you in all ways. Giving one little bit of reassurance to your heart, left hand over your heart, right hand over that, and breathe a few times. Taking your hands and holding the front of your rib cage this time. Fingers come right in between and curve with a gentle fulcrum. May you feel at home in your body. Aligned with your inner vision. And taking your hands this time and putting them down the back of you. Make your curved fulcrum and pull up the sides of your own head. Again, if it felt good. On your bow, stroke from the center out. Left hand. Across the inside to outside. With every step you take, may you feel supported. Curved hands, take that middle tall finger and find the crease of your knee right in the middle of it between the two tendons. We're going to be here again. Nestling, not pushing too hard, feeling the energy drain out your back.
Oh, Ron. Yes. This is for the rolling. Oh, okay, thank you.
And this time we're going to take one hand pointing downward, the tall finger ending near your tailbone. Give it a reassuring pressure. The other hand at the back of your head, right where it begins to curve, governing vessel 20. So this is helping us feel energy enter through our crown, travel through our spinal cord, down the neck, shoulders, back, tailbone. See if right now you can feel through the bottom of your feet a connection to Mother Earth. And as you are able, envision that coming back up through the soles of your feet, up to this tailbone. Roll that maybe orb of light that you can envision and have it travel up your spine, your neck, to this place at your head. And invite that energy to enter through the crown and travel back down into the earth. Envisioning the sky, envisioning Mother Earth. You are a bridge between heaven and earth. Feel grounded here. And one last final stretch, like the one that began this stress release protocols called the SEVA stress release protocol. A forward fold to your comfort place. The light in me sees the light in you. Go in peace. Namaste. Welcome. Does anyone want to share what that felt like, or certain places they felt something shift for them?
Definitely felt a shift when I had my hands right here. Felt like a lot of just draining, just very relaxed. It felt very nice.
At our solar plexus, sometimes when we get some worry, we're worried about our self-image, or we're worried about our relationship with ourselves, or we're worried about, and I don't even want to say worry, but we're just self-conscious, conscientious. We want to take care of ourselves and others, and that's going to be constantly challenged. This is where that sits, right here. So imagine if you felt energy shifting in this solar plexus place. I would say, great.
Definitely was like a draining, and then I also felt a little bit of a spinning. Like that was the heaviest. Is I definitely felt like, oh, okay, feeling a little motion sickness.
So with that little bit of motion sickness that you felt, were you able to come gather in and ground yourself eventually?
Yes,
And that's where you can send it, is through the bottom of your feet. If at any time you feel this lightheadedness, picture the earth energy and picture it going down through the soles of your feet. And hopefully that combined with the invitation for energy, you can also, this is through the pranic healing technique, what I'm going to show you now, holding a hand out to divine energy and just, aim it toward yourself. and receive white light. Another nice thought to think about is if any of these energy centers feel stagnation and feel kind of stuck, and if you feel them move or shift like you did, imagine they're clearing. And divine energy now can come through the crown, down your face,
And then the throat,
throat,
and then it would hit the
heart. And instead of getting stuck there because you've been worried or stressed, it's open. Yeah. What's the next one down? It's below the navel. There's a big one below the navel.
It's the one that represents purple, isn't it?
Creativity. So it's the yellow one. It's like, yeah. It's called the navel or yeah, the navel chakra. And it is the seat of creativity and expression and productivity. And yeah, so I'm glad you experienced that shift here, because maybe then it goes to root or base chakra at your tailbone.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a hard time with my tailbone. It did feel like stuff was getting stuck a little bit.
So imagine your tailbone in front of you, white healing light. Do you have the tailbone imagined in your mind's eye? Aim it. And what color did you associate with that tailbone chakra? Red. Red orange, right. Right. So you can imagine the color red orange coming out the palm of your hand and just nourish that place. Let's symbolically smooth out that energy from crown down all those chakras that just got opened up. And maybe even outside yourself. Did that feel good? The pranic healers I know of who trained me are in Tempe. Yes. And they do a wonderful job over there.
Showing.
Well, if you feel better, that's great.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you for joining me today. Did you have a question?
I was just going to say, I didn't have a lot of pain except for tingling in my feet. And a little bit in my arms, a little bit in my hands, tingling. Those are the things that stood out to me.
Well, first, let's talk about the hands tingling, being as we have energy pathways coming from chest down the inside of the hand, up the back of the hand to the face, face to the foot, foot to the torso, and 3 more patterns similarly for each side has them. So then we would go front of the hand in the middle, hand up to the face, and this one is down the body, side of the body to the feet, and then back up torso. And it does it one more time. Down the front of the hand, back of the hand to the face, face to the foot, and foot to the torso. And there's mirror images of those on the other side, as well as those central channels up the front and the back of the spine. So with that, you can imagine why maybe my fingers were tingling, or why maybe my feet were tingling, because you were moving a lot of energy. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining me for the Save a Stress Release project.
Thank you so much. Yes. Good job. We appreciate it.
Glad to be a fill-in. I wasn't expecting that, but might as well do real work.
Everything.
Oh,
happens
thank
for
you.
a
I'm
reason.
glad that you enjoyed that. I don't want to see it. It wasn't. It's live and it's not in existence anymore, right? Or will somebody be able to see it at any time?
Yes. I mean,
good thing I credited the people who designed it.
oh, beautiful. Okay. It looks like it's 2 bars.
Hey everybody, this is Don back here at the Awakening Psychic Fair on 51st, between 51st and 52nd and Thunderbird. Come on down. We're here all day. We have another speaker coming up, Molly Mercado Fuller will be speaking on angels, channeling angels, talking to your angels. So if you're interested, you can watch there in your home, or you can come on down and watch it live. Additionally, we have healers, we have readers, and we have everybody in between. So if you're looking at getting something done, or just shop the shop and see what they have available. Additionally, remember this, is that there is no entry fee for the psychic fair. Most psychic fairs have an entrance fee. We do not. This is an anniversary special here at Awakenings. It's our first anniversary, so this is a freebie. Come on in. The services are not free. The entry is. Okay. Additionally, don't forget my book on Awakenings, my book on affirmations is coming out soon. So keep an eye out for it. The affirmation book is based on you. Again, reprogramming your mind, retraining your mind, using that neuroplasticity that is your mind, and making sure that you tweak it, train it, and make it think more positively. Make sure that you tell the universe what you want. And when you do, the universe will react as you request. Additionally, we have a drawing here. So if you get a reading, if you get any services or anything you get here, if you buy something here today, you'll be given a ticket to an entry for a drawing. And so we're going to have drawings throughout the day as well. They'll draw for your number. So again, free drawings, free stuff, as well as good stuff and free entry. And again, Molly will be with us in about 10 minutes, and she will be speaking in reference to angels, channeling your angels. With that said, I'm going to let you go. Give it a little bit of rest. Go get some coffee. Go get something to drink. Go get something to eat. But come on back in 10 minutes. All right?
Moderate. Yeah. Okay. Got it full. Okay. So what was it down there? I'll let you talk. We're getting ready to go here. We're on. Either that or flip it to the back of the case or her.
Okay. Huh?
Think about the light situation. It's too much
Um,
light.
I know. I don't. We tried to do something with that once before. We tried to do something about that once before, and they don't have the ability to do that. So, if you could put this someplace, I just need to have the microphone a little bit, but you're going to need it the whole time, and you're going to need to hit this on to get started.
Ooh, we got a good crowd.
Where do you want to put that? It's going to be kind of heavy.
Yeah, it's going to knock everything.
How about on the back?
Stupid.
And you can put this on the other side after I get done.
Put it on the back. Daryl's watching me like a freaking hog.
You going to do that for?
So you talk and then I pin this on me. Okay.
Okay, let me have that.
This is
Hey, man.
This is my helper.
Yeah. Hello. My name is Mike, and obviously this is Molly, and I basically moderate. I moderate for Molly. Basically, when she is channeling, her eyes are closed, so she can't see who wants to ask a question or what's going on. So I basically, in her eyes, and when she starts and is open for a question, then I need people to raise their hand. I can call on somebody. When you do ask a question, start with your name, speak clearly so she can understand, and then say your question. The questions can be anything. Best things are about spiritual nature, your spiritual journey, like that. Try to stay away from politics and religion. And just real briefly, and Molly will tell you a little bit more of her story when we get started, but I've been moderating for her in these sessions for probably 6 or 9 months, probably about 8 or 9 sessions. I'm not sure right now, but what I do is, help her, and we just kind of came together. I went to her first public grouped channel, and somehow I started setting up the chairs for her, and we started talking. One of the things that I do is I'm very observant, and I give her a lot of insight afterwards. So there's a lot of information when the enlightened one is using hers to channel. She's not really aware of things and doesn't necessarily remember. And we do a little bit of debriefing afterwards with everybody. And so sometimes she won't remember. Well, most of the time she won't remember, but things that somebody asks or says, and information that I add to it will all of a sudden makes something make more sense. So it's just kind of an interesting partnership that has just developed. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Molly. She can give you her story, and then we can get started.
When somebody's channeling, it's do not make loud noises. Do not try to grab their attention because you can shake them out of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it will interrupt for sure. Okay, we have an interesting group. And what is so interesting too is I wanted Mike to share that little journey because he, by the line, won my guide, and that was not by accident. It by accident, but it just turned out that way. But he helps me so much. Okay, so first of all, channeling
maybe a lot of people are new to this or never experienced the channeling experience. Is there some that who has? I'm just curious. Oh, we got newbies. Oh yeah, that's right. You've experienced that with me also too. So yes. So what it is, my guide, I call him the Light One. Approximately about 6 years ago, and accidentally, but there's no accidents. And when he first came to me, he came to me, let's say, energy healer also. And what I did was I did an energy healing on one of my clients, a male friend of mine. And after we're done with those energy healings, we talked about what occurred. But on one particular day, I actually felt someone come and stand next to me. I mean, a very strong presence. And I told my friend, I says, there's somebody standing right there. I have no idea who it is or what, And he goes, well, why don't you ask? Well, yeah. So I mentally kind of did like, okay, who's here? And he talked about an hour. He's been in my dream states prior to this, so it was no accident. And I know this is true because these incidents happening. I was even waking up still talking. It was so crazy, and I finally did tell my husband, I go, I have dreams that I'm channeling. I even have dreams where I was that hasn't happened. So he comes and tells me, oops. I didn't really take this seriously till about a year ago, where I realized it was my life purpose. This was death. What? But fear got in the way. Fear can really, let's say, to moving forward information of fear based to that. One has always told me was with that information or that thought, I could never do this. He motivates, be fearless. He also said not to compare myself to others. Because that was another fear, like, well, I'm not good at that person. Or I see other channelers and I'm like, I can't do that. And it was this fear based. And then he also said that I would pass any task given to me. And hopefully, I think I've done that, Mike, to some degree. And he knows, we've had great success with the information that he gives. But also, I want to explain also the information that he gives is information that you're ready to hear. Some of the information may be way outside of the box, but that's because you're ready to hear that. So the best, more open-minded you are, the better for you. Also, well, I'll let him say what that part is there. So now I'm going to throw another one, a wrench in the whole thing. When I've seen him physically, he's actually came to me and stood right next to me in the physical. And when I saw him physically, he was this warrior person. And I would always call him Genghis Khan because that's what he looked like. Like the warrior Genghis Khan. And so I had a name for him. Oh, Genghis Khan. Or I explained what he looks like. I said, oh, he looks like Genghis Khan. Not knowing that he actually was. And I'll explain that also too. And when I started channeling for people, I would do one-to-one, slowly getting to the groups. I had a lady that came to me. I hadn't seen her in about a year or so. We did an energy healing, and I said, well, do you want to experience the channeling? She goes, sure. So when she came, I hadn't seen her about over a year or so, and she explained to me, she said, I was at Costco yesterday and I wanted to buy you a book. And now I wish I would have bought you that book. And I'm like, oh, I'm curious. What was the book? She goes, oh, it was a book on Genghis Khan. Wow. And I never explained to her what he looked like. That was like my nickname. Oh, you look like Genghis Khan. But I've had a few. If anybody's familiar with the Dolores Cannon method, the QHHT hypnotherapy, is anybody familiar with that? Okay, great, because we have two practitioners here in the group. We have Amy here, and we have Laurel. And I've actually had both sessions with individually with these ladies. And one of my questions was, is he Genghis Khan? The answer was always yes. So I feel very comfortable in explaining. So it turns out in my sessions, and I've actually had 3 sessions with another lady, and she confirmed it also. Actually, he spoke through one of my sessions, so this is very interesting. So that was confirmed, because that's a big statement to make. You know that, right? So now I say it more freely and with confidence, so people don't think I'm nuts or crazy. You know, he actually is. But it turns out I was one of his wives. And we agreed to do this together for, you know, Genghis Khan. He didn't have the most perfect life. He was known for being very ruthless. But I would also say that it was a way of him making for or karmic to some degree of what he has said, not only to me, but through my sessions too. So I feel confident in that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. It doesn't take me very long to get into trance state. I'm just playing with my dress.
We just also that we're trying as many people as we can, because we will have to end this at 2 o'clock.
Greetings, greetings, greetings. I'm so excited to be in your presence today for each one of you beautiful souls that decided to come to my presence today. Do know that you were invited by me personally. For when my channel channels in these sessions, I connect to each one of you on a soul level to invite you in to hear the words that may be very necessary to help motivate you and pull you closer more to your soul purpose and understand who you are on that level, soul purpose. So some of you and most of you decided to answer the call and be here presence today. Do understand this is on a soul level. This is occurring. I work with many of you in your dream states prior to this session today. So we have had maybe an unofficial meeting, so to say, or so to speak. So I'm very excited that you have come today. For it takes faith to experience this type of experience. It takes a deep longing on a soul level to understand who you are. And for those that are seeking who they are on a spiritual level, answered the call. For your soul seeks this information that will be given to you today. I also may add also that I am not alone. I do come with many masters, many angelics, and also many cosmic beings are here today also to help assist with this experience today. For they are all connected, and I am also connected with many of these spiritual beings and your angels and your guides also, for there is more in the room than you can imagine as we speak. Also, do know that the beings that I'm speaking of will generate a very high frequency vibrational rate in the room. This frequency is being delegated to each and every one of you. And also, this energy is the universal light, God source energy that is being given to each and one of you for the reason to come together in these groups is also to generate a high frequency, to help generate each one of you on a soul level, your DNA level, to be activated, so that you are more in tune to who you are on a spiritual level. After today, what will happen is self-awareness of who you are, your connection to God and all that there is will be more, let's say, more in tune to your on a conscious level. For each individual person here in the room understands this, but now to a more higher degree of understanding on a conscious level, this will occur. This is very important in these groups, and this is only one of the reasons that I have asked my channel to do these sessions, for this is all part of the process in helping each one of you understand who you are. Is there any questions? Speak, for now is the time.
Questions? Okay.
What is my, oh, my name is Tina. What is it that I should know that will help me in the next 2 years?
Mm-hmm. Yes, my dear sweet child. There has been so much conflict of understanding who you are. The most knowledge needed for your soul know is to understand unconditional love for self. Do you understand this message?
Yes.
Yes. For your soul is in need so much to help others around you that for some time you have not acknowledged the love or unconditional love for yourself. You must fill your own cup, so to speak. Do you understand this message?
Yes.
And it's time for you to make decisions that satisfy and fulfill who you are as a person. Is now time to move forward in that aspect. Be strong and be fearless, as I teach my channel to do so. It is time for you to make some changes in your life right now, especially for those that your loved ones that are surrounded, that you are surrounded by, and make choices. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Yes. But as you move forward with self-love and make decisions coming from self-love, then you will always make the right ones, my dear. You're a very loving, compassionate, loving person. Give this to yourself also. The presence of one of the masters that are here today is Kuan Yin, and she offers love and unconditional love to help and support you in that way, my dear. Does this help?
Yes. Thank you.
Another question? Go ahead.
My name is Jenny. I need to know how to remove my internal blocks to open my heart and know the next step in growing.
My dear, just a statement that you have blocks allows those to be solidified within your body emotional state. Do you understand this? Be very careful the words that you choose to describe yourself. This is very important. For each individual cell in your body is listening to every word that you say. Do you understand this? Yes. So, my dear, these blocks that you speak of, you had the power to create them. You also have the power to uncreate what you do not desire for yourself. Do you understand this? Yes. You are more powerful than you allow yourself to be or understand who you are. Do understand that the internal spark of God dwells within. God is not outside of yourself. So while you are here in the physical form, you are co-creating with the God essence from within. Do you understand this? Yes. For this is a powerful statement, but it is best to understand what I speak of and use this knowledge to help you in this physical form. You can uncreate what you have created. You can make higher choices for yourself, my dear. And that is your next step, to make higher choices for yourself. where you always feel that there are no choices. Do you understand? That you feel sometimes that you are put up against a wall and that life is just happening to you. But do understand you are creating the life that you have chosen. Create what you want to create for yourself. Dissolve those myths of let's say, having obstacles or creating these blocks that you have created for yourself. Think differently, think higher, choose from your higher self, communicate with your higher self, do meditation, connect from within, for this is the greatest thing that you can do for yourself, my dear. Does this help?
Michael? Hello again. I'm Michael. Hello, friend.
Yes, it's so good to be in your presence
And that's
today.
all I wanted to say was thank you. Wonderful things are happening from the messages that you've delivered in the past. Things are moving very quickly, and I wanted to say thank you.
Well, it is I who is in appreciative mode. For when I am in the presence of beautiful souls as I am here today, and very high elevated souls, may I add that you're all very high, very elevated souls that are on a very specific spiritual journeys. Now, I also want to add the one that speaks now is of a very high elevated soul. This one has many truths and spiritual knowledge buried deep within, now is able to share these spiritual truths and understandings. For this is the sole purpose of this soul today. And this one will have knowledge appear at the perfect timing that it is needed to share for others, for he is truly a light to not only those here in this room today, but to the world. Do you understand? There are many times that we do not understand who we are, but when you touch into that and understand that, that's where you are in your full power. And this one has chosen to finally decide to be in his true power. And I am very excited. Many of the masters here also are very excited. And if you could hear the applause that I hear, you'd be so delighted of that. So I thank you for your presence, for it was truly a sacrifice to be here in the physical. And you understand that message,
Of
correct?
course I do.
Yes.
Beautiful words, and I always appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, also. Thank you. Any more questions?
Hello, my name is Stephanie. Um, so I've been being called in several different directions in the last year, and it's very overwhelming um, because there are so many different directions that I'm being called to, um, and I think I'm stuck. I don't really know where my next step is supposed to be. Is there
Yes, my dear. First, to throw the word stuck right out the window. That does not describe even uh, anything about who you are as a person. You you are a very powerful person, and what you are feeling is just mostly what we would call indecision. For you have many paths to walk. You can either walk them separately or walk them together. Do you understand that message? Yes. For many of the things that you are interested can be combined to some degree. And then also some of the things that your soul has here to accomplish in this life has much healing aspects, healing and changing the vibration of the energies around yourself and others. Is this true, my dear? Yes, yes. My dear, you'll find a way to combine all aspects of you all together in one and create even a modality that is specially formed just for you. Do you understand this? Yes, and this is the true path to walk. But your soul only says yes when it's necessary. In other words, and then combine them together. And you that many souls would be guided to experience. Have you experienced Thunderbird?
I'm trying to get into right now.
Yes, yes. There's more that I can touch in on that. Sound healing, because you did the sound healing, or what you're speaking, raising vibration in the time of Egypt. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. So what you're doing is only tuning into who you are, because all that knowledge and experience and from the healing, uh, now rising to the surface, so to speak, at intervals that are very necessary in perfect divine timing. Do trust God and perfect divine timing. This is why you use the S word, so to speak, to hand it to you when it is needed, because you've had so many things handed to you when it was needed. This synchronicities in your life, yes. You have many Egyptian ancestry or that help you with this process. Do you feel them around you, my dear? Oh yes, they're all supporting you. I thank you so much for your service. Any more questions?
Another question? I work for, I don't know, if it's even open.
I'm sorry, please speak louder.
I work in open my third eye. You see me, are you able to do that?
It is already open. There is nothing you need to do at this very moment to open your third eye. Out of psychic abilities and natural psychic abilities, you are the barrier of all of them. You are very psychic and very intuitive. The only thing that needs to occur at this moment is for you to finally tune in into these abilities that you have and pull in and more control. For you have allowed other outside forces to control your abilities. Do you understand this? It is now for you to come into your full power and to understand how powerful you are as a being. These abilities have been with you since childhood. You are what we would call a natural born medium. You see spirit around you as though you are seeing real physical beings. Do you understand this? Yes. But now it is time for you to tune into who you are. You are the master of your own reality. Those beings that come around you, you must state this to the degree and firm, and let them know that you are the boss. They have no control over you, my dear son. And this is the lesson that you are learning as we speak. Does this help?
More questions?
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm relearning many modalities in this life, and I'm curious if channeling is going to be one of them.
You have that ability. You must release fear, as my channel has described, was one of her biggest setbacks was fear, allowing fear to get into be an obstacle in your path, and also fears about insecurities that you may hold for yourself. Is this true? It's your insecurities that are holding you back, so to speak. Release all fears, my dear, for you already channel and you're quite aware of this, correct? Yes, you have the ability to channel voice. You have the ability to channel in writing. Is this true, my dear? You have the ability even to channel in an artistic form. Has that thought entered your mind, or are you doing this now? Yes, 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 yes. You're quite talented. Just release the fears. There are many souls that will come to you for your abilities and your knowledge. You have the ability to even channel the angelic realms. Are you aware of this, my dear? Yes, 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 yes. The angelic realm loves you dearly and are just waiting for you to say yes. Fierce yes. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. You are on a beautiful path of not only helping others, but healing yourself also. Do you understand this message? And this is why your soul chose this. It's a way to heal your soul also. You're welcome.
Special gratitude for you and for my friend Molly. It's been a great deal of support for me. I was wondering about opportunities. I just feel I was divine planning, but I just want some clarification on any opportunities in the future.
You are filled with many opportunities. There will come a day very soon, my dear, that many choices will be brought up. For you have many ideas and thoughts. Is this correct? Just be guided by your guides, for you are very guided by many guides and masters around you that truly love you and support you, that will be putting many opportunities right in front of you. Your part is to see those opportunities and to walk through the doors, and as though that spirit, the universe, God, is setting up a platter as we speak, so you can choose from this array of choices that are coming your way. Do you understand this message? You will notice, my dear, after today, more synchronicities. Things will come to the surface or when they're needed. But do understand, you're not only working from your God source within you, your higher self. You are generating this from within. Do you understand this message? Yes, you are a very powerful manifester. Start manifesting. Release fears. Fear is the biggest drawback for many of you. As long as you release those fears, that allows the God source permission, so to speak, to do what is necessary for you to follow your soul purpose. Do you understand this? Yes. Say yes to God. Say yes to this. Say yes to your soul. This is why you're here. You're here to help many of those to understand who they are on a very deep level. My guide was guided to you, specifically to you, uh, to help you understand who you are also, and vice versa. You understand this message, correct? Yes, yes, yes. Start documenting your journey, because it will be a book, and not just one, but at least three, my dear. Does this help? Yes.
More questions? And speak up because we're having
Yes,
to
I'm here.
repeat.
My name is Gloria. I want to know about my future with music, singing, and writing.
My dear, this is so instilled in your soul, and you understand this, correct?
Yes.
This is who you are. This is what makes your heart sing with joy and happiness. You will succeed in many of the ventures that you have been preparing yourself for. Do you understand this?
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. As though the angelics open the doors as you speak or as you sing, so to say. For you have many angelics that are helping you with your life path when it comes to music, and even writing words to music. For this is something you've done in a past life many times over. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Uh, Beethoven. Listen to the works or the music of Beethoven, because you will be inspired, because the music of Beethoven has a very high frequency instilled into the music. Do you understand this?
Yes.
And that vibration will inspire you, because I will say, my dear, you have had the opportunity in another life to exist during the time that that he existed. So you're more in tune than most others to his works, because what it will do will reawaken that knowledge from a past life to come up more to the surface. This will allow more of the artistic skills in your music to arise to a different level and understanding, because you will be writing music that has a high frequency encoded into it, if you understand this message.
Yes.
Does this help?
Yes. Thank you.
Question?
Oh, hi. My name is Ariana, and I was wondering. I've always wondered what my life purpose is, or what I'm like meant to do.
You have many healing qualities within you. Do you understand? Yeah, you radiate high frequency of healing. For those that you speak and touch or come near, you raise a vibration for those that you encounter. Have you experienced this for yourself or understand this message? Yes. So you're a natural healer. And this is your sole purpose. But there are many ways to help heal people through energetics, the energy healing modalities that are available to you in many ways. Sound frequencies and vibration incorporated in the healing modality that you choose. Have you started the path to energy healing, my dear? Open those doors and understand that this is who you truly are. The only thing that needs to occur is to understand who you are on that level and just walk the path, and you will see how fulfilling this would be for you. But you are a delight to those that you encounter. It's unfortunate that many around you do not appreciate who you are on that level. Do you understand this message? Yes. Follow your soul purpose and be your own priority. Love thyself dearly. Let go of influences around you, for there are influences around you that make you feel less than. Do you understand this? Yeah. Shed those that do not support and love you as you truly deserve to be loved, as God loves you. Do you understand this? Yes. Thank you.
More questions? We've got another question.
My name is Juliana, and any message that comes through is wonderful.
Do you speak to your angels?
Yes.
They love you dearly, and they love when you speak. Because when you speak to your angels, you speak as though they are there. You feel them and connect to them as though they are there in the physical. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes. And they love these little interactions. And there is just, time to speak, share your emotions and the love, the create appreciation mode that you are in. You truly love life. Do you understand this? And you are in awe of life. Never doubt that within yourself, for this is why your frequency with others. The angelic realm are there to love and support you and help you find your purpose. Do you understand your purpose, my dear?
I do.
Yes, yes. You have high degree of healing qualities, but you also find that you interact with many of the stones and crystals. Is this true? Yes, yes. Do be more aware, for you have high intuitive skills and very high telepathic skills. Are you aware of this also? Yes. And you can tune into the crystals. You can even code the crystals to radiate like the but you are truly very highly telepathic to communicate with God, really guiding you on your path. The more that you communicate with the angelics, the more you be more aware of the steps needed to take you into that direction, my dear. Does this help?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Gina, and I would just like to know if there's any message for me.
I feel there is a loved one on the other side. Feels female, that wants to say hello, that wants to say hi. Do you understand this message? Yes. And that this beautiful soul is around you always, and there are times that you question that. Is this so? Yeah, not to question the evidence and the feelings that you get when this one is near. For you also feel it in your body energetic when this person is around you spiritually. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. And there may be times that you will feel the smell of either a floral scent or powdery scent when this one is near you. Have you experienced this yet? Yes, yes, yes. So this is a physical sign so that you will feel that you are not alone. For there are many times you feel alone or disconnected. Do you understand this love with you always in the spirit? And that is the biggest message for you today. For there was much more healing needed within the heart from grief. Do you understand? Yes, and this is why you were brought here today to hear this message. Thank you.
More questions? Gotta have questions.
My name is Daniel. I hear a lot of names and people. Is it spiritual? People like.
You are very in tune to the spirit realm. Uh, yes, you hear many voices. You see many spirits around you. What is going on and taking place is that you have a very thin veil, so to speak, to use that analogy. And this is why you're very in tune to, let's say, other dimensional spirits, because there are that you're on a spiritual level are intermingling with the other dimensions. And this is why you hear these sounds. My dear son, I would advise you to tap into your own power and do not allow these to interfere or come into contact with your own energetic field. This is where you need to command that these souls or spirits of those that are interacting with you must leave your energetic aura field, for you have allowed them to some extent to exist. Now is the time to not allow them to exist. You must choose this and demand them to leave your space. Do you understand this? Yes.
More questions? Got plenty of time.
Feel free, for this is the time. For you were called here not by accident. Use this time wisely, my dear ones.
My name's Laurel, and I'm not sure how to ask this question. That's why I'm delayed. But Michael and I are planning on doing some work together on a book. How do you see that going?
Prior to even meeting each soul in a physical level has already been in play. Do you understand this?
Yes.
There are no accidents, my dear, that everything has fallen to the degree that it has fallen. This has been planned out for quite some time. I do not want to take credit for this, but yes, I will.
I understand.
I initiate many for many of you, and many of the initiations that I take, but only with the soul's permission. I do never. I understand free will, but your soul has said yes to this many times over. Now you're seeing the fruits and of what is going to take place in so many levels. There are still many more surprises along the way, my dear, and I am not going to give you those surprises. Or would not be a surprise, correct? Yes, but there are many twists and turns in your story that have not been revealed to you yet, but shall be in divine timing. This is truly a blessed union of souls coming together for the same purpose. And I'm very excited for both of you. But this is to some degree, and you understand this message, correct? For your message, what you are teaching, shall be spread and shared with many. And I'm looking forward to the day, for we will all rejoice when this occurs. Do remember, it is occurring now as we speak.
Yes.
It's not in the future. And you understand this more than anybody in this room, correct? Yes.
My name is Ariana, and I was wondering, is there any other messages that I need to get?
Just choose more wisely for yourself. Choose more wisely, higher for yourself. For there are many times that you choose lower. For you to choose higher, my dear, you must think higher of yourself. Do you understand? Do not allow insecurities to get in the way of who you are. Understand who you are truly. Do you understand that you are God, that God dwells within you? And state it fearlessly. For this is true in all of you. For this is where your true power ends. Never allow others to take that power away from you or to initiate that this cannot be. This is the truth that I speak for you. Let it be your own truth, my dear. Do you understand how powerful you are? Because you have a way to motivate others around you when necessary. Do you understand? So you can go into a career or where you can help people, for a spirit will truly speak through you when needed, and you understand this message, correct? Yes, use it. This is why you're here. But first, understand who you are first, and allow that other aspect of yourself to come through in full force. Does this help?
It's Laurel again. I have kind of a question. A, a new little doggy coming into my life soon.
There are many around you now that are in spirit.
Yes, I know.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, my dear. And I will say those in spirit would love a physical friend, for they will entwine on a spiritual level with your new physical friend, let's say, to speak. And as we speak now, there's one just waiting for a beautiful home and to be loved. For the love that you give your animals is truly amazing, my dear. And this only occurs because that love is within you, and you understand? You generate what you generate from within. And this is such a beautiful thing, my dear. So as we speak, there's all a beautiful little soul, puppy soul, so to speak, to waiting to be cuddled and adored and loved to the degree that you can give this one. So yes, Micah. Yes.
My name is Carrie. I was not raised with any sort of religious upbringing.
Thank God, my dear.
Lived in
Thank God, so you would not be influenced, that you would be able to speak your own mind, that you would have your own mind and your own choices to make. So thank you. Yes.
I'm curious. And Jesus.
Not hear the last. Yes.
They're very present in my consciousness right now.
Yes, Jesus the Christ radiates much of the Christ. For you, you meditate, my dear, correct? Yes. Well, Jesus radiates Christ's light, generates Christ's light around you at all times. If you would take a picture of your aura field, you will see the Christ light within that field. Do you understand this message? Or have you already, my dear? Yes, yes, yes. This is beautiful. For you have, let's say, a connection to Jesus, but not only the connection as the Jesus that walked the earth, but as what we would call the cosmic Christ. Are you aware of Jesus, the cosmic Christ? Yes. He goes by the name of Sananda. Do you understand this message? Yes, yes. So you connect with many aspects of the Christ energy through Jesus. Now, do you understand also that when the Christ around you, that this also entails the energy of Mother Mary? How do you feel about the energy of Mother Mary being around you, my dear? Yes, yes. For many of your soul purpose involves children. Do you know this? Yes, you may be put on a path that may help or spiritual truths. Do you understand this message? Yes, yes, yes. As Gabriel, the messenger angel, would communicate with you. Have you ever tried the modality of automatic writing, my dear?
Not yet.
Yes, yes. Investigate this modality for Gabriel would like to channel through you in writings. For you have the ability to hear spirit within your mind. Do you understand? Very clearly and very accurately. Is this true? Yes. Some of the writings through channeling with Gabriel will involve messages for children, my dear. Yes, very loving messages. For as we speak now, children need to understand spiritual truths, to understand who they are. So much of that has been taken away from the children. And this is the role that you will be playing, my dear. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Is there any more questions?
Make it quick. I understand we need to end.
My name is Tina. I just wanted to ask if there was anything else I should know.
Trust your intuition because you're very spot on. Do you understand?
Yes.
There are many times that you question it.
Yes.
Do not question it anymore. Do understand that you have many spiritual connections, many angelic connections, and that you are being guided. Archangel Michael guides you in many of your doings. Do you understand this?
Yes.
He keeps you physically safe and has in your lifetime. Do you understand this? Yes, yes, yes. So just tune in more to your angelics, and your guardian angel loves you dearly. pay attention to the aha moments and thoughts and ideas that you get, because they are propelling you forward in your life to understand who you are on that level so you can make the correct decisions. For there are still things that you are wanting to change in your life, but you need insight. Trust that insight that is coming from God and the angelics, my dear. And this is only an experience, and they're giving you this message so that you understand that they are with you and that you are truly a child of God, my dear. Once you understand this, there is no stopping you in what you can accomplish in your life. Does this help?
Yes, thank you.
We thank you for being with us, for speaking with us, giving some encouragement. As always, we're grateful.
Yes, yes. I thank you for their presence and this opportunity to be in the presence of these beautiful souls. Do know that this is not the end of our conversations, for that I will be available to you, that you can call me forth at any given moment and even in your dream states. And I will be there to help and support you and guide you on your soul paths. And I thank you for the presence, and so it is, and so it shall be. We always forget where it's at. So how did it go? Did it go good? All right, all right. It just takes a little while for me to come back. So are we at 2:00?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here, and I thank you so much. And I hope you receive helps you in your life. Thank you. Ooh, I gotta wake up. I really gotta wake up. Yeah, take that off of me. I feel so out of it.
Just want to say thank you so much for sharing your gifts. It was really neat.
Oh, thank you. It fulfills me and helps me when people, it can help people, or I can be of service in some way. What's your name? Jenny. So nice. Yeah. Oh. I don't know. I can't wake up. I'm having trouble coming back. Not that I'm having trouble. Was I deep? Was it?
Go deeper than normal just to stay.
Thank you, Molly. It was very good reading. We have our next speaker. I'm not sure if she's quite ready, but next is Juliana Bishop.
I'll go over there because the next person's coming up, right?
Yes, she is.
Let me set something. Hold that. Let me go sit this down with some water.
Whatever chairs you need or props you need or something to hold.
Actually, this could.
Oh, right.
I never bring that in sweat. Oh, sorry.
Is that okay to have this here?
Yes, you're fine. No, you don't. And if you need to sit down, that's fine. However you need to do it. Okay. And it's going to go anywhere at the back on the chair, whatever you need it to go. There you go. And then this cloak down. It's best that way. Please introduce yourself. I just said you were coming up. So.
Okay.
And I'll walk around and let everybody know that you.
Okay.
So, is it filming you? Is it filming?
I don't know.
Oh, well, there's no food trucks, so could we get Alberto's after?
Is that what Brooke wants to?
What?
You want
Do you want
tacos?
tacos? I already ate. Yeah,
I
but I want to watch you, so.
Okay. I'll start. She said that she was gonna get a few people together. Can you keep track of the time?
What time?
I have until 3.
It's 3 o'clock. Do you want me to just like flag you when it's close?
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, you texted me.
I might use the bathroom too. Reading.
That way I don't have to look at it's also like, you should palm reading them.
There's no one around right now that I can go around and let
You could go around and talk to people.
Yeah, I know. Make sure.
But it is not being live streamed, so there are people online. But what Julie's showing right now, there are 4 people watching.
Okay.
And then with 9, I think 7, what times we're on 15 channels. So there's a number of people.
Okay.
Julie also may want to check your chat because some of the scammers are in there.
Yes, I got a couple of.
I think so. Those tarot ones that I've went up to are like all around 35. I thought they were like cheap, but apparently so. Oh, thanks. I slept in it. Well, so I slept in it while it was unbraided, so I didn't think that it was going to still be curly today, but it's kind of is. So. Yeah.
Well, I put in that I'll text him.
The other person like went around and like pulled people in.
Oh, really?
I don't know if we should do that. Says, are you busy? Because I don't have to come back here. They're not choosing the same one things about me until I know I was tempted to ask, but I was like, I just don't know. Yes. Yeah, I was scared. Yeah. And mom was like, you should ask that question.
This must be that quiet time.
We could run around and talk to them.
Yeah, astrology. Would you like to learn? No, it's free. You're going to learn the basics. I think all these talks are free. All right. Would you like to learn a little bit? Okay, I like it. I won't quiz you, so no worries. And I know we have people live paying attention to. Come in. I'm going to teach a little bit about astrology. So if you've never learned about it or you know a little bit about it, it'll be a review. Nice.
We were told there was water back here.
It's up by where the cookies are.
Oh, there's cookies. Can you bring a cookie?
Yes. Oh, get some. Did that lady say she was going to get water for us or for herself?
I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, we'll let everybody get a cookie. Come back.
Everybody left. They ditched you for a cookie.
That's totally fine. I get it. All right, we'll give them another minute. Nice. I'm going to have a bite. You got me a cookie, right? Just one bite. Sharing is caring. It's love. Thank you. Great. Have a seat. Okay. So this is my first time using a wheel to demonstrate astrology. So normally I'll have something for you to hold on to, but this way we can teach. So this is supposed to represent your natal chart. I'm Juliana. I'm a professional astrologer. I also teach people to become a professional astrologers. I actually have a student, a graduate here. She's also a good friend of mine and my daughter. I've been doing astrology for over 9 years professionally. I was learning it before that as well. And I also do herbal medicine. So I've been doing that even longer. So if this represents a natal wheel or natal chart, if there were planets in this wheel, it would represent what was currently in the sky at the time of your birth. So if you know a little bit about astronomy, I think that's okay. If you were to look at the sky, if somebody went outside when you were being born, they would see certain constellations and they would be able to map out your astrology chart, you know, way back when. Now we have fancy programs that do that for us. So if you know your birth time, you can have a chart made. Anybody know their birth chart or seen their birth chart? Yeah, so have you seen a wheel? Yeah, sometimes they'll just say something's in a house and they'll just write it all out, but this is a nice picture. So as you can see, the wheel is cut into 12 different areas. So I'm just going to number it. This is called houses. So each area represents a different area of your life. So I'm going to go through those areas. So this part of the chart represents your identity, what makes you you, separate from everybody else. This is your money house. So if there were any planets here, you know a little bit about your money, material things, even what you truly value, so it can impact your self-worth. Mm-hmm. Yes, Juliana. I know, right? So the orbits will counterclockwise. So if you're retrograding, it will go clockwise. So it's the orbits in the sky with the planets. Yeah. So it feels counterintuitive, right? So when we have Mercury retrograding, it will start to move this direction around. And I'm not sure exactly, that would be a question for an astronomer, like how it moves in the sky. But the planets will be in different signs based off of the constellations. So we know that all 12 constellations exist in the sky. And if a moon is near one of those constellations, that would make that moon a specific sign, a specific zodiac sign. So they're mapping it based on that, if that makes sense. A little, no, but yeah, if somebody understands this more, they'll understand, right? So when you have your natal chart, so this will, maybe a fancy program will put this for you. There's different areas to that chart, and that's your identity, your money, self-worth. This is your communication house, even represents siblings, if you have siblings. Your family, children, romance, creativity, work and health, relationships, marriage, sexuality, shared resources, death, occult, shadowy things, adventure, travel, higher learning, your career or life purpose, community, friendships, networking, and spiritual or kind of things hidden, unconscious that we're not sure or remember. So based on this, the planets will be in the different house locations, and it will help us to understand any challenges or anything that might support us, through something, so it can give you information. So I'm not going to go into what does a planet mean and, that sort of thing. What does it mean in a house? But I wanted to go over the zodiac signs. So maybe we can go around and just say what zodiac sign we are, because you probably already know that. So what is your sign? Capricorn? Leo? Pisces? I know she's a Taurus. Leo? Aries. Nice. So what I've found over the years, instead of us thinking we are that sign that we were born with, we need to think about what we could integrate more, understand about that sign, so we don't completely resonate with our sign. So if we understand the characteristics of that sign, we can maybe incorporate that more in our day-to-day. So for instance, we do have an Aries. So that's the first sign of the wheel. It's actually located here in the first house. It looks like a little ram. So Aries people are learning to be Aries. So they're learning to be individuals. They're learning to have courage, to pioneer, to take action, to not always think about everybody else all the time. So if they're more the warrior and they're in front of another person that they're fighting, they don't want to look back. Are you okay with me? Punching this guy out or doing something. We don't want that warrior to always be thinking about everything around. We just want them to take action and fight that person. So sometimes we need to be a little bit more self-focused or concerned with what our mission is, what we're here to do when we have a lot of Aries, or we're learning to be our sun sign in Aries or zodiac sign. Does that make sense? Okay, the challenge of being an Aries, okay? So if sometimes we take action very quickly or we're more direct, that's our personality. Sometimes we even communicate more directly and it might be a little insensitive. So that's something that they're working on, is maybe stepping back for a moment and then trying to communicate what they need. Or maybe they need to exhaust themselves, if they're energized and they're irritated or angry, and then that way they feel like they don't need to fight and be so direct. They can kind of step back for a moment and think about what they want to say. So I consider them more like the dragon. They spit fire at times, and we want to be kind.
You said me. You're an Aries?
No. I'm not. I don't have a lot of Aries. Kind of wish I did. Maybe a past life. I'm a Sagittarius. So I have the fire sign in me. So Taurus, this is typically the second house energy. So we have a Taurus here. And what's your sun sign or your zodiac sign? You're a Pisces. So we have a few Pisces here. So what a Taurus is learning this lifetime is to learn to be more calm, to find stability in life, to find some peace and harmony. They're more like the rock in a raging river. So as life is happening around them, they're finding center. And that way, they can achieve what they're here to do. So they're maybe smelling the roses, they're taking in life, they're eating the food and really tasting it. My daughter actually is really good at cooking. That's a very great quality of a Taurus. So they can be stubborn sometimes. And if you know about the Taurus, they're a bull sign. So the one thing with Taurus is not letting them get down to the point where they're not going to get back up. They're really, this is what I'm going to do. So you want to communicate with them at their level and help lift them up, right? So they don't sit down and stay put. So maybe sometimes they do have a challenge making decisions or knowing, the right path. But we can slowly, patiently guide them. So they are definitely more of an earthy element. Then the third house represents Gemini. Geminis are the chameleon of the zodiac. So they're learning through all different sorts of people and just curious in life. So they're learning about facts and how the world works. So they're taking on different personalities. They have different friends. I know that a lot of Geminis will get along with different types of people because they're trying on different hats. So maybe they seem one way one time and one way another, but that's their way of learning about who they are and who they are not, right? So they might be good friends with somebody that's very different from them, but they're going to take pieces from that and go, I really like that quality about that person, but I'm not going to necessarily be that quality about, so picking and choosing. They're really great at communicating, and what they're trying to learn this lifetime is to listen, to really understand the facts of the situation. They don't need to know what's right all the time. So I've noticed that they're really good at delivering as like a teacher. So they'll learn and they'll be able to spew it and share with you the knowledge that they learned. So that's a great tool to have. So if we aren't that, if we have a lot of Gemini in us and we're trying to learn more about the Gemini, those are the things that you want to try out more. Maybe speaking, writing, communicating, teaching. Those would be great things to incorporate more. So Cancer. Cancers are learning to be more nurturing and to take care of things. So if you don't have the opportunity or you decided not to have children, you still want something to take care of. So having fur babies, plants, always have something so you can learn to nurture. They have a tendency to wear their emotions on their sleeve, which is something that our society doesn't support as much. So this is a nice quality that we could learn from, so we don't take everything so personally. So if somebody's walking up and they're moody, it doesn't mean that they're mad at us. So Cancers are really great at sharing their emotions. And they do need time to retreat in their shell and recharge so that they can come back out and be that nurturing, kind person that they are. They may even be family oriented, or family is very important to them. We have a few Leos here. Leos are learning about integrity, about loyalty, about tapping into their courage. So they know deep down inside that things are possible, even if their mind is getting in their way. So bringing that out and also helping other people to shine, not just themselves. So they have that quality of being more like a star, right? So now we can go around as a king of the forest and help everyone else also learn that they can be a king or a queen as well, so they can show their talents. They do have affinity for children, so working with children or having their own is ideal. And are also very romantic. They have a big heart, like the Care Bear, with a big heart. And they do like to be adored and have, somebody really appreciate them. So being in places where people will be able to share with you that they're really, thankful for your talent. Thank you for coming, and sharing that with us. Did my Leos resonate with that? You're a Leo too.
Sounds like somebody doesn't necessarily agree.
Oh, so you're still learning about being a Leo, right? You're still working on this? So, yeah, the more that we can learn more about our sign, because again, we're not completely our sign, so we're learning about it. So Virgo energy. So Virgos are learning about how to work, to be of service, to discern. When they are critiquing, maybe just in the working environment is ideal. We want to be very kind to our intimate partners or loved ones. But they have this part of them that can see how things would be better. So they do want to share that gift with us. And that's why they have their 2 cents that they share. So that might be something that's a challenge for them. So also habits are important. Virgo is about brushing your teeth every day and brushing your hair and having some sort of habit or discipline. And those things can be very good for our health. And this, if you heard earlier when I quickly went through, this is the health house. So that makes sense. I would say it's really ideal for Virgos just to work for their whole lifetime, because again, they can give us those gifts and be of service. So Libra. Libra, it looks kind of like a scale. So Libras are being called to be social, to have partnerships, to be in relationship with people, to find beauty and harmony in their life. So surrounding themselves with that. They're very tactful. They can be very charming. And if these don't resonate with you, if you have a lot of Libra, this is something that you want to continue to learn. How to be tactful, how to say something in a kind way.
That's amazing.
Do you know a Libra?
Oh my God, yeah. She passed away before she learned any of that.
Yeah.
She needed to learn how to say things. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. So some people are really good at it and know a lot about this Libra stuff, and then other people are still learning, right? Those skills. The other thing with Libras is that they have a hard time making decisions because part of them, they see both sides. They see how this could be and this could be. So they're a little bit in fear of making a mistake, or they don't, they want to make sure everything's okay, make the right choice. So it's wise for them to just make a choice. And if it doesn't work out, we can change that choice. Kind of like when you're making choices for your kids, right? We have no idea what's going to happen. We just got to make a choice and see what happens. So that's our Libras. They can also be very creative and artistic, as well as Leos. That's another sign that's very creative and artistic. I forgot to mention that. Okay. Scorpio. I always have to remember how to draw these symbols. So Scorpio has like a little tail, and that's different from our Virgos that wrap the tail comes in. Oh, that kind of makes sense. Scorpio. Just thinking, just a thought here. So Scorpios are being called to, they want to listen more to their deeper self, to really face some of those shadows. They're more about transformation. They feel very deeply, so they feel the spectrum of emotions. They can feel pain more than other people. So when you're around a Scorpio, there's something mysterious about them, or you might feel like they really know what life is about and how there are some challenges we have to work through. So they can be the psychologists, they can be the detectives that pull things apart. So they're learning all those things. And again, if they're afraid to face those things, this is something they will continue to work on. Their life can be a constant transformation, like they're on a roller coaster. Then we have Sagittarius.
Be honest.
I will. I'll tell you my fault. The faults of Sagittarius, right? I'll tell you. Okay. We're not all perfect. No, nobody's perfect, right? So Sagittarius, this can be a very optimistic sign. So they are learning to be more positive and to have a good attitude. And I'm guilty of not being positive all the time, right? I think most of us are. So as much as I can, try to look at the bright side of things. And this is one of our gifts. We can help lift other people up and be supportive, like a cheerleader. We're called to find adventure in life, to travel, to continue to learn at a higher level. We can be more like the philosophers. We're constantly finding our truth. So as much as I can personally, I will try to travel and see new perspectives and also teach. That's my philosophical part. Our fall is that, say we were on our high horse. We're like, I got this truth and I really believe in this thing. And we want to go out and spread the word, right? That would be a disservice because it's not for us to change anybody's belief. So we can continue to teach. And then if anybody sits in the seat, then I'll teach you what I know, right? That type of thing. So sometimes we can be even a little optimistic to the point of that, I don't know, what's overly optimistic, just overly enthusiastic. Like we think everything's possible, and not be so grounded. So yes, thank you. And then we have, this is the hardest symbol to draw, Capricorn. So Capricorn is actually located in the life purpose or career house. And this makes a lot of sense because Capricorn is a goat. And if you've ever met a goat, I have. I got to travel in Ireland and be next to a goat. You see that, Sagittarius, I travel, right? You see that the goat will take one step at a time up the mountain. So they don't move too quick. They have a plan and they want to make sure that they get their footing. So this is really great for business. So when we have a lot of energy here at the top of our chart, this will help us be more entrepreneurs, to be specialized in our field. And these are qualities that we want Capricorn to continue to work on. How can they be planners, have a goal, and do something, accomplish something in that way. So what other things? They can be a little serious, a little grumpy sometimes. Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh. Yeah. So there's some sort of sense of control, maybe to find that footing and stability. So they're learning how to use that seriousness in their work versus everything has to be serious, right? My father's a Capricorn, and a few times I've seen him be silly, right? And I just remember those in my mind because it's only a few times. So yeah, they do need to learn to be responsible. So give them a break. That's part of their lesson if they're a little too serious. Aquarius looks kind of like a water symbol, but they're actually an air sign. And that explains them a little bit because air is a little bit more flexible, right? Water still is flexible, but sometimes it finds its own path. So Aquarius is meant to learn to find more freedom in their life, to be more flexible, to go with the changes. They can be very inventive signs. They can have insight and have ingenious ideas. They can be more outside the box in their understanding. So astrology would be up their alley. They're more humanitarian. So for instance, if you're used to just being with a few people at the same time, it's better for you to be in a group if you have a lot of Aquarius, because you're going to be able to work with people and have a similar goal and do something for society. So that's really ideal. And then if you do have genius ideas, write them down. So that's something that you could work on facilitating. We need those things that constantly changes things for us. All right, and then Pisces, I have to remember. I look at these all the time, and sometimes it's hard to just remember them out of your head. Okay, so this is a Pisces symbol. So Pisces are the most compassionate and intuitive signs. So that's what we're learning if we have a lot of Pisces in our chart. So we're learning to not throw our pearls to swine. We do want to be of service, but we want to make sure that those people value when we do, so that we're not just putting out energy and not, having it go someplace useful. So they have a tendency to save people, and they want to help people all the time. And we do need them to be in some sort of outlet for that. So maybe they do that for their work. So they might have more of a spiritual tendency, more similar to what we're doing here today, right? So it's very Pisces. You're Pisces, right? And then you're Pisces too. So are you doing spiritual work? You're working on it. So this is part of your calling, and to be of service, right? And to help other people, especially people that need the help, the underdog or people that are really struggling. So those are the 12 signs. Any questions on the signs or the house? Oh, that they sometimes throw their pearls to swine. So they give of themselves so much that they drain themselves. They try to save people that can't be saved. Yeah, to their own detriment. That's beautiful. Well, they should be saved. Yeah. They need help. Yes. And that's something, yeah. Yeah, and who are we to say who doesn't need help? And who, you do what you can. Yeah. So having a relationship with animals, spiritual aspects to life is really a wonderful thing. Yeah. You know a lot about astrology. Yeah. Do you do it for a living? Not yet. Good. So hopefully this is just a review for you, right? So a little bit more about an astrology chart. So if you do get your chart done, it will actually tell you more about it'll be more than the zodiac sign. So it's not going to just be what you know based on your when you were born. So over here is called your ascendant, or your rising part of your chart. So if somebody went outside when you were born, this would be the horizon. So this is what you would see on the horizon. Sometimes we have planets that are there. Most of the time it's just a constellation, and that constellation will be one of the zodiac signs. So if I'm a Sagittarius, my sun is somewhere in my chart, it's placed in a certain house. I also have an Aquarius zodiac sign on my ascendant. So if I went outside, I didn't because I was born, but if somebody went outside, they would see the constellation Aquarius was on the horizon. So that makes me Aquarius rising or an ascendant in Aquarius. So when you know your exact birth time, you'll know what that is. And it moves every couple of hours. When my nephew was being born, I was there in the hospital and I was looking at my phone going, okay, 15 more minutes, he's going to be a Pisces rising. We got to hurry up. So it will move, it orbit, things change in the sky, right? And things, you probably know about Venus is very close to us and we see Venus a lot on the horizon. So things will constantly be orbiting, throughout the day that you were born. The other thing that changes very quickly is the moon. So the moon will change into a new sign. So in the sky, it's going through those constellations of zodiac signs every 2.5 days. So today the moon is in Libra, and in a couple days, we're going to have a new moon in Scorpio. That's the next sign. So we learned that Libra's here. The next place for that moon to go, so the moon right now is in the sky here. It's going to move this way through Scorpio for 2.5 days. And on the 13th, it's going to be at 20 degrees Scorpio. Isn't that cool? So that's why we know if it's a moon in Scorpio. There's a new moon on Monday. Yeah. So new moons are a great time to plant seeds. So think about the full moon, and when we look at crops on a full moon, we see all the crops, right? On a new moon, we don't see anything. It's dark. So this is the time you want to plant your seeds so that in a couple of weeks when we have a full moon, you'll see the harvest, what comes up from those intentions. So whether you're praying or you're writing down intentions, you can light a candle, and you want to start these intentions on the 13th when the new moon begins. And you have 7 days to write these intentions. And then during a full moon, you'll feel it right before the full moon too. So you have about 3 days before a full moon and 3 days after to really get those messages from what you just wrote on this new moon coming up. So it's a great opportunity. And Scorpio is very occult. So Scorpio is this, right? So it's hidden, it's secretive, it's mysterious. Hi. So you could write something around the Scorpion energy, maybe something to do with this, or just something personal in your life that you want to write about. And then you'll see something manifest in a couple of weeks after that. So yeah, there's a lot of information on this. But any other questions on astrology? Did you have questions because you're going to start learning it?
So like the 3 strongest energies in the chart.
3 strongest energies? So there are times that things trump those 3 strong energies. So we usually look to the sun sign, the ascendant, which is the horizon zodiac sign, and what's on the ascendant, because sometimes there's a planet, and then your moon. So if you and I went to an astrology party and I was like, hi, my name is Juliana, I would say, I'm a Sagittarius, I have a rising Aquarius, and my moon's in Libra. And you would say,
my name is Carrie, I'm a Capricorn sun, Pisces moon, and a Libra rising.
Right. Yeah. So those are the most important parts of your chart. But there are some fancy things that happen. There's things that will go right to that spot first. So there's some exceptions to that rule. Yeah. And then you use the areas of your chart with whatever is placed in them to help guide you. So if you have a question on something in your life, you're learning about yourself. You're knowing yourself more through your chart. And you don't even need to have like a fancy reading with, they call it a tri-wheel or a bi-wheel, where they see where the planets are now today and they see it in relationship to your natal chart. So you can just go off of what you're born with and learn about yourself, and that will guide you. So you can start with that. So astrologers will know what's currently in the sky right now, and they'll be able to line it up with your chart when you were born. And that can give us a lot of validation. It can give us some tools to help us to navigate currently or maybe something coming up. I like to do astrology in a way that's very positive and uplifting. You probably heard my tone, right? The way that I'm trying to describe, I'm trying not to be like, oh, this is a terrible sign. Yeah, that sucks to be you. Good luck on that one, right? I'm a Sagittarius. You're a Leo, yeah. All right, we're great. No, so we don't do that. So all the signs are really valuable. So astrology is actually the study of the planets in relationship to us. So we become the center of the universe, and we're all stars. So it's just about a matter of helping us to work through what we're here to learn. And you can also supersede your chart. So I don't believe that, you know, you're destined for this and this is your karma and you just got to deal with this. I feel like, yes, that might be a challenge to begin with, but we can supersede it. So just more of a positive approach to astrology. So I was taught by somebody that was very realistic. So sometimes it was hard to hear. And I kept on saying, well, what about this? Why can't we see it this way, right? And he's like, Juliana, you are so Sagittarius. Yeah. Right? So any other questions?
What if you're like on the cusp of two of them?
Right. So just in that day, it will change. So you'll know for sure which one you are.
Because I have traits of both Aries and Pisces.
Yeah.
Because I was born on the 20th and Aries is the 21st.
Right.
I kind of go toward more Aries than I do Pisces in a lot of ways.
So yeah, so your rising sign could be Aries, your moon could be in Aries. You could also have some other planets in Aries that will bring that out. Also, when your sun is placed in a house, so say you're a sun in Pisces, if you were placed in the first house of Aries, you will take on a lot of characteristics of Aries. So you'll be learning about all the Pisces qualities that you need to, you know, compassion, being of service. And then you're also tapping into, well, maybe I need to lead this in some way. Maybe I need to pioneer something right now and be the first to do this. And then other people will follow you. So it'll be blending both of those. Yeah. So maybe that is true. Maybe you do have a lot of Aries in you and you still may have a lot of Pisces. But there's apps out there that you can figure out based on that time of day. I can easily look at it too and go, based on that year, it was Aries or Pisces. Yeah, good question. Any other questions? Oh, good. I explained it very well. How are we on time?
2:30 now.
Oh, we have plenty of time. What other things can I share with you? Did you want me to go over your 3 major things?
Sure.
Capricorn, Libra, rising, Pisces, moon? Okay. I don't know why I remember that, but I don't remember anything else, but I remember people's charts. So when she was born during the season of Capricorn. And so that means that she's learning again to be more career-oriented, planning, having a goal, being responsible. But because her rising sign is in Libra, Libra is also a big focus as well. So this will create a lot of balance in her life. She may, again, compromise herself at times to try to keep the peace. And she is tactful, most likely, because it's right there, you're wearing it. So her ascendant or rising sign is what we show people, where the sun sign is what we're learning about, if that makes sense. So she's showing people more of her Libra side, more so than your Capricorn. You are ruled by the planet Venus because you're a Libra rising. So wherever Venus is in your chart, that will be a significant, like a talent. So look where that, do you know where your Venus is?
My third house for my sun and my Mercury and my Jupiter and my North Node.
So 3rd house. So that's your house of communication. So similar to a Gemini who is learning about communication, she also is learning about that as well. So she's going to value that area. It's going to be very important. Do you have relationships with your siblings? So that will also be an area. Doing short travel, you know, so not just long travel. So you're going to learn a lot. Do you like to gather the facts and learn different things?
I've been learning astrology for 5 years, but
put it into application.
So having the discipline. So you would think she's a Capricorn, she would get it all right now, right? So it's taking 5 years. So that's why she's learning about that. So your Capricorn self. Her Pisces moon is going to be more her intuition and her ability to sense things and pick up on things. So Pisces are the most intuitive psychic signs, but when your moon is like that, you're feeling the room. If you were to close your eyes, you could feel everybody around you, right, and pick up on things. It could also give you the gift of being an artist or a musician. Yes. And your moon is located where? 5th house. So her moon is in the Leo house, and this is a very creative house. So to help her emotionally, because moon represents emotions, she can do art, she can be very creative, find ways to be on stage as long as the people are very positive. We don't want a lot of negativity around you because you pick up on things, or learning to protect yourself. Yes. Yeah. So if somebody is a sponge and they can pick up on people, even when they're closing their eyes, they need to have that separate time away from everybody. Usually it's early in the morning or late at night where they're not picking up on anyone. So that in a way will recharge a Pisces. So that way they can come out, they're like, okay, now I know who I am separate from everybody else. So having that clear boundary. So now I can go out and go, well, if anything I'm picking up on, it's not going to be me, right? It's going to be somebody I just passed in the grocery store. Yeah. So that's important. I think that's important for all of us, is to be able to separate, have a clear boundary between who we are and who the next person is. That's where some of us take things personally, where that shield comes down, right? And we have that sensitivity. So it's just a good thing, especially in this field too, in this metaphysical field. Good questions. You have a question? Yeah. Do you know any more than just Leo?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did have the wheel done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know more.
But how much time do we have?
We have time. We have time. This is great. I kind of wanted it to be like this too.
We have how long? 17 minutes. Okay. So like you brought up the point of to me, the sponge, that it's being an empath.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, you know, I think everybody is on a path, spiritually speaking. Every one of us with our signs. Although I believe in astrology and I know some of my traits and whatnot as a Leo.
Yeah.
That we're trying to transcend our ego personality, which is connected to that.
Yeah.
And rise above that. And I think like being an empath, just as an example, is part of a spiritual path where you're beginning to let go of that personality that separates us from other people.
Yeah. Yeah. So a Pisces is being called to dissolve their ego and then find themselves again. So there's that confusion about who we are, and there's a fog, and then we're clearing the fog and we're actually seeing the reality of what's there. So if we can stay in that flow, that will help us. Some of us need to have a little bit more ego in this lifetime. So Leos tend to have a strong ego, right? They take up space, they're loud, they're here, right? They shine, right? So yeah, so maybe your path is more that, where a Pisces is learning to dissolve the ego, to feel in flow. They're like on a ship and the sail is just moving them wherever they're supposed to go. And they may need somebody like a Leo to anchor them, right? So Leos are very fixed. They're very loyal. They have a lot of like that groundedness to them, even though they're a fire sign. But if you take a Pisces and a water sign fire, they could balance or snuff each other out. I don't know. So I think, does that make sense? How, yeah. So.
But I was trying to say that every single sign is on a spiritual path to transcend ego regardless.
Yeah. So that is a philosophy. Yeah.
So yes, you have no thought on that.
I think that we each have our path. So some of us, say, in another lifetime had no ego, and all we did was be of service, and we didn't have that connection to ourself, our identity. So maybe this lifetime we're more Aries or more Leo,
or somebody that needs to be like, this is our mission and this is what we're doing. So it's a very ego type thing. This is who I am. I'm doing this work, right? I'm not just here and present like a Pisces. So I think maybe they need to learn something about that. It's not necessarily about dissolving it. It's about how you use it. So you can get a lot of work done with an ego, right? So you go to work, this is what I do for a living, and I need to earn a living to do this. But if we have all these people that are just meditating on the street and walking around, we're not getting a lot done, right? That's a path for somebody else who maybe had too much ego another lifetime, if you believe in other lifetimes. That's kind of how I think a little bit. So say that person abused things last time. Maybe all they cared about was what they were here to do, and they were on a mission, right? And it wasn't compassionate, and it wasn't very service oriented. So maybe they're on the streets now, and they're learning about spirituality. They're learning about trusting and having faith. Or maybe they're born into a family that is very religious, trying to teach them about those things too, right? How to be compassionate, even if they don't walk that path eventually, right? So I think it drops us in those situations, and it's not right or wrong. So if that person is that way, it's not for us to judge that. We don't need to think that this has got to be the way. We should all dissolve egos, and that should be it. I don't think we get all our lessons done in one lifetime, right? Yeah. Or because you had that lesson, another person that's very like in the middle of it, you can say, hey, tone it down. This is not going to get you anywhere, right? But we also need that too. So it's just honoring that part. We honor the soul, respect it. That's my view on it. I don't think it's black and white. Yeah.
What do you think?
Oh, yes. Yeah, because you're...
I do believe everybody has a path. And depending on where all the planets are and where the water signs fall in your chart, you're going to have more water is associated with emotions. And you're going to be, that's the area of your life where you're going to feel a lot more empathy towards other people, things. And also, I was going to ask you, do you ascribe to the north and south node?
Yes. Yeah. So I use, it looks like a horseshoe, or some of my students have said it looks like earphones or earmuffs. And it looks a little bit like Leo. But this is a north node. So if it's pointing up, it's a north node. And if it's pointing the other direction, kind of like a horseshoe, it's pointing towards the south. So it's a south node. So when you find this in your chart, and this is something you can look up without knowing your exact birth time, pretty much, because it's more a bigger span of time. So a lot of people born around the same time as you will have a similar north node or south node. Your north node is what you're reaching for this lifetime. So maybe in another lifetime, you were the characteristics of your south node in the past. Or if you don't believe you've been in another lifetime, it could be earlier on in your life now. So you may be gifted at certain things come more easily to you. And now you're being called to be a whole person and integrate the opposition, which is your north node. It's uncomfortable. It's something you're not used to or have a lot of experience with. So it will frustrate you a little bit. So I'll use mine for an example because this will help. Okay. So I'm a north node in Leo. Okay. So I follow Leo. So this lovely lady came into my office and she says, hey, can I help you? I'm like, well, normally I don't take students, da 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 da. And I'm like, what sign are you? And she's like, a Leo. I'm like, yes. I'm going to take a Leo. So, and she doesn't frustrate me, but my husband, who's a Leo, does. Okay. So Leos frustrate me, not her.
I feel like I'm a feminine version of a Leo.
Yeah.
The masculine.
I love my Leo ladies. Yes. So I'm trying to follow Leo because my north node's in Leo. My south node is in Aquarius. So if you see my office, it looks like I'm a little scientist. So from another lifetime or just earlier on this lifetime, I was into math, science. I have all these bottles I measure out in graduated cylinders. That's very Aquarius. All these skills came very easily to me. This is something I really enjoy. So when I think about Leo, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I don't want to be Leo. Like, I need to integrate more Leo in my life. Well, I guess I should just marry one and that will help. And he plays a guitar, that's kind of Leo. So Leos are very warm. They have a big heart. Remember, we talked about that earlier. So so I'm learning to share my heart, this type of connection with somebody, to not always be logical and be a scientist and go, well, prove it to me. Or you can sit over there and I'm going to sit right here. Now I'm comfortable, right? So this is where you need to cuddle up and be warm. So it's going to be uncomfortable for me at times. My husband is like laying on me like this, pet me. He's like, pet me. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll pet my Leo. Like I have to. My daughter's here too. She's looking at me like, don't tell me. Yeah. Yes.
So for like the north and south nodes, that's not an actual planet.
No.
It's an axis, right? But like, how can you find that?
So it's calculated. So if you were to look up what your nodes might be for that date that you were born, maybe in like Google search, it could tell you. There's also authors that write about nodes that might include in the back of the book that if you were born in 1958 in June, you would have a north node in that specific sign. So there's a way to look it up. But it's an axis, so it's not actually a planet. It's just based off of like your sun, your moon, where things are in your chart. But it can tell us about what we're learning and trying to incorporate more, and maybe a little bit about our past or things that we're still working on, some of our missteps from another lifetime, and even talents. So it's a nice tool. I really like it. Do you know your nodes?
Yeah, it's right next to my sun in Capricorn.
Your Capricorn North Node. So the opposite of Capricorn is Cancer. So Capricorn's in the 10th house and Cancer's in the 4th house. So all the nodes are always opposing each other. They're completely opposing each other. So her last lifetime or earlier on in this lifetime, she was more Cancer. So it's more about the family, home, the nurturing, emotional part of her, even finding security within herself versus everybody else, right? And now she's being called to be more Capricorn again, which you are working on, right? So she's learning about self-resilience, to be responsible, that even in a healthy relationship, so she has a partner or if she's in her family, she still needs to depend on herself too and bring that to the relationship, not to find that emotional support in everybody around her all the time. So she's going to become more resilient. And then the more she follows Capricorn, which is building on something, making a structure out of something, that will help you. It will bring you luck. So, yeah. So some of the rest of our chart might hinder us or make it more challenging to reach our North Node. And so as much as you can, learn about that sign, and that will help you. Yes.
Do you know mine?
Yes. Yes. So she has opposite to her mother. So she came in from another lifetime in Leo, and she has a North Node in Aquarius. And she has a planet on her North Node called Neptune. So this actually brings another quality to the node. So if she follows Neptune and Aquarius, she will reach her North Node. Well, Aquarius is very humanitarian. It's very outside the box. Again, what we're doing, astrology is also very Aquarius. And then Neptune is very spiritual and intuitive and psychic. So the more that she finds those things in her life, I'm bringing her to these events, right? The more she'll be in touch with it and start to reach her North Node. But in a past life, she may have been Leo. And Leos are the queens and the kings of the forest. So when she was little, and sometimes now, she kind of acts like, yes, a queen, like a Cleopatra, right? Yeah. So she kind of wants it her way, and this is how I would like it. So she has this part of her that just knows, and she's very confident. She's very strong-willed, and that's very Leo. So then she gets a mother who gets to be like, hey, we got to work on this. We got to be Aquarius and help her with the other side. Yeah. So, so she's moving away from that. So she may pull the gifts of Leo. So she may have some creativity. She actually designed those necklaces that she's wearing. It has herbs in it and crystals, and she's into more marketing, like wanting to do signs and stuff like that. So that's probably her Leo talents from another lifetime. Or right now she's doing it because she's only 15. So she'll be more Aquarius later. Yep. Nice. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? What is your zodiac sign?
I am a Taurus sun, a Cancer rising, and a Pisces moon.
Oh, another Pisces moon. She's a Pisces moon too. Yeah. 2 minutes. So we talked a little bit about Taurus. So Taurus are learning about stability and finding peace and smelling the roses and getting more in touch with that grounded part of you. And you have Cancer too, so that's very cozy and warm and nurturing. And then your Pisces is that sensitivity. So you probably blend all of those together, right?
It took a while to really get grounded.
Yeah.
Emotional energy from the Cancer and the Pisces.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're learning about your Taurus sign. So you may resonate more with your Pisces moon and your Cancer rising, and then bringing more of Taurus in. So learning more about what is that? Because we're not skilled at our sun sign. We're learning it right now. So thank you for all showing up and participating. And I have a website. It's Herbal Jewels. So after my name, Juliana.com. And also Moon Diva Astrology is my Instagram. And I do have cards too. All right. Thank you. Thank you. And I have cards. If anybody wants. Yeah, thanks for coming. Oh, good. I was a little nervous.
Yeah, that was interesting. You were nervous?
I know, right?
You were nervous?
Thank you.
Okay.
No, I feel like we should always have those in our purses, honestly.
You sit and speak or do you stand?
No, I'm Doc's assistant.
My assistant, what?
Yeah, this is your set.
Check the.
It's got one more bar.
I wanted to thank you. We're going to walk around a little bit while I head out.
So great to meet you. I'm so glad.
Thank you. Me too.
Yeah, Beth apologizes that she couldn't make it.
Oh, that's okay. She's so, yeah, she's busy with her stuff. Thank you.
Oh, that's my fault.
Wait, what?
Not yet. She's busy over there.
Okay. It is on. If you're ready for it. Oh, thank you. I am not sure how to use this. Holy cow. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Spending it out loud, you may need to move it closer.
Okay, I'm usually pretty loud. It's the teacher in me.
We'll probably move people closer. That was really strange. Something's trying to keep me quiet. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to walk around and just let people know that we're going to start. I am going to talk about the Enneagram. Enneagram. It is one of the most powerful spiritual transformational tools in the world. Don't miss out. Yeah, you shouldn't miss out. I'll be right back. Okay. Hi. I am great. We're about to start a presentation on the Enneagram. If you'd like to come, you're welcome to join us. Okay. 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 You want to move up? You just happy back there? Okay. Okay. Hi. Okay.
She made it sound like it's the most fascinating thing in the world.
Oh my gosh, you have no idea. You have no idea. And I'm very excited that you guys are here. My name is Gail. If you guys want to introduce yourself, that's great. I'm Carrie. Carrie? Michael? Tracy? Patsy? Daryl? Okay. I am so excited to be here today. My name is Gail. Yeah. Today is 11/11 portal. Do you guys know what that means? What do you guys know about the 11/11 portal? And why are we talking about the 11/11 portal when this is an Enneagram presentation? Because the 11/11 portal is in Scorpio energy. It's about transformation and transforming and elevating your consciousness. And that's what the Enneagram is all about. The Enneagram is the oldest personality assessment known to mankind. It dates back to the Sufis, it dates back to ancient Kabbalah, it dates back to early Christianity, and it's been kept hidden knowledge for centuries because it is extremely, extremely powerful. Has anybody here heard of the Enneagram before? Okay, so what do you know about the Enneagram? Not much. It is being used in the workplace for team building, for understanding the personalities and dealing with conflict and communication styles. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just fluff. That's not what it's really intended for. Sure, it helps. I love the Enneagram because I believe that the most important metaphysical tools are the tools that we ourselves possess within us. Don't get me wrong, I love a good tarot reading, and I had a great one from Dawn about a week ago. It was amazing. It was spot on. It lined up with my astrology. Everything was spot on. But I really support individuals in learning how to master their own energetics. And it's great to go see a tarot card reader and find out, am I headed in the right direction? But ultimately, it's going to be up to you and how you're balancing your energies. And the energies of the Enneagram are the 9 different personalities and how we interact in the world based on how we perceive the world. And that's what makes the Enneagram so different than like the Myers-Briggs. Anybody ever do a personality assessment? Which one did you do? Okay, so that's a Myers-Briggs thing, right? Yeah. Anybody else? You've done that. So when you do the basic modernized personality assessments, it's based on how the world perceives you. The Enneagram is transformational because it's based on how you perceive the world and coming to understand what your belief systems are and what is and isn't working for you. So I'm assuming everybody is spiritual and believes that consciousness exists outside of the human plane. Are we in agreement with that? Okay, so at some point, we weren't in these human bodies yet. And we were so excited to come here. It's like, oh my gosh, I get to come to Earth, right? Because Earth is supposed to be one of the most challenging spiritual planes there is, because we have emotions to the 9th degree, emotions that aren't always experienced by other people. But with those extreme highs that we can experience are also extreme lows. And we want to get a little more balanced energetically so that we're not in a state of suffering. So with the Enneagram, it takes a look at what was the first time that you came to this planet and you stopped being excited about being here?
This time.
This time right now? In this life or in this moment? Oh, he's not excited to be here. So, at some point, and it usually happens in childhood, it's like, oh, that didn't feel like love. Okay, so when I behave that way, I'm not loved, because the child's brain is not fully developed yet. So their perception can be completely false. And they don't understand that even though the parents might not like the behavior, they still love the child. And it's not necessarily the parents. It could be the siblings. It could be the peer group. It could be the teachers. But at some point, we all have that experience of, holy cow, I'm not lovable. And then we start to hide that part of ourselves from the world, because what do we want? We want to be loved. And we feel like we have to hide ourselves. But it's in that moment that the ego develops, because now you have fear. You're afraid that if somebody sees this quality within you, that you're not going to be loved. Okay? 1111 portal, all about transformation. It's about helping us to become our authentic selves. So you can harness the energy today to sit in meditation and receive your blessings, right? In order to receive our blessings in this life, we have to be on our path. When we go off of our path, we stay in suffering and we stay in karma, but we want to get to dharma. We want to get to feeling really good. So I want everybody to think of how you would describe yourself in 1 or 2 words. Everybody, don't start. No, you don't even have to speak up. That's okay, because I'm going to flip the sign in just a second. But I want you guys to think about it. If you were to describe yourself in 1 or 2 words, how would you describe yourself? Anybody want to share? And you don't have to share. Dawn, how would you share? Cautiously optimistic. I like that. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, but you know what? That helps me. That helps me because, like, my son is an Enneagram 7 who is not cautiously optimistic. He is always thinking everything's going to work out wonderfully and doesn't think through consequences. So just based on that, I would guess that you are probably an Enneagram 7 with a 6th wing, and we'll get into that in a second. So there are 9 different basic personalities according to the Enneagram. And I've also heard that these 9 personalities are 9 different paths back to God. I kind of like that. 9 different paths back to God. How am I going to get back to my authentic self, who was so excited to be here, and overcome this ego that's taken over and keeps me in a fear-based mentality? How am I going to get back there? Well, the Enneagram is designed to help us. So with the words that you were thinking of, let's take a look. The number 1, personality number 1, is basically the perfectionist, very hard on themselves. And because they're hard on themselves, they're hard on other people as well. So to get back to their place of feeling okay in the world and not being so scared, they would need to learn that the perfection is in the imperfection, right? There's a plan, and I don't need to try to override the plan and just keep it to my perspective. If you have an Enneagram 1 parent, it's like that B is never good enough. Why wasn't it an A? Anybody have an Enneagram 1 parent? Okay. But yeah, you see it in the personality types. Okay. The Enneagram is meant for self-growth. So this is for self-reflection. I could talk about the Enneagram forever, but I'm going to give you guys just a glimpse of it today. But I'm going to caution you against going out and saying, oh, that's an Enneagram 7 behavior, right? Because some people are not ready to do their work. So we're going to respect that. But it helps us when we can start identifying who are the people in my neighborhood and how can I connect with them in more meaningful ways and how can I have more compassion for them. I use the Enneagram as a tool to make peace with who I am, because I'm just the way God made me, and there are no perfect people. One of the first things I learned about the Enneagram was like, holy cow, no matter who I married, I would have had conflict with. It's not that I married the wrong person. I married the right person for my growth. I married who I need to be with. And you'll see that, people often marry their opposites because it's an energetic. And once we're in a relationship with somebody, we are sharing energy with them, constantly sharing energy with them. So when is the performer? They are the perfectionist. They got the message in childhood that to be loved, they needed to be perfect. When you're perfect, I love you. I'm happy, I love you. So they're afraid of being less than perfect. So these are the people who have a very difficult time saying, I'm sorry. Because that's admitting that they were less than perfect. And that's just a lot for their ego wound to handle. I had it explained to me when I was first learning about the Enneagram in a seminar. My husband happens to be a number 1, and I'll share with you. They explained to me, when the 1 is criticizing you, that's how they express love. Because if they did not love you, they wouldn't bother trying to make you perfect, according to their perception of perfect, right? So then it's like, it doesn't bother me anymore. It's water off the duck back. It's like, oh, honey, you're an Enneagram 1, and thank you for loving me so much, right? Move on. I've learned compassion. I've learned it's okay that that's how he expresses love. Not everybody has to express love the same way. Number 2, the helper. This is the giver. This is the most caring number on the Enneagram. This is mama. Mama's going to baby you and mother you. But when mama's not very emotionally healthy, she's going to create some codependency issues, right? And one of the things that I love about the Enneagram, because my background is in psychology, is the different levels of emotional health. So within a lot of the personality assessments, it's like a one and done. Oh, what did you say your personality was? INTJ or something? INFP. Okay, you're an INFP. We're not looking to put a label on ourselves. We're looking to see what are our behaviors and how do we ascend into a higher state of consciousness based on what level our behaviors are for our Enneagram number. So we've got 3 different levels of unhealthy emotional states of being. We have average states of being, and then we have very healthy states of being. And once you get to a healthy level of consciousness, you have this awareness of, hey, I can be whoever I want to be. I kind of like that the Enneagram 7 is so fun. I think I'm going to adopt some of those characteristics and stop being so serious all the time. But you have to get to a certain level of emotional health before you can have the awareness that you can actually do that. We don't have to stay in the personality behavioral patterns that we adopted as children to feel safe, right? Because honestly, they don't work for us as adults. Anybody get what they want now from a tantrum? Right? When you're 2 years old and you're throwing that tantrum, that mama might give you a lollipop. But there comes a day when mommy's not there anymore and you're throwing a tantrum with your wife or your husband or your girlfriend or your boss, and all of a sudden you're paying a heavy price for that. It's like, holy cow, my behavioral patterns are not supporting me anymore. Okay, number 3 is the achiever. This is the person that got the message that when they come in first place, they're loved. They're going to win the spelling bee. And they're going to take that out into the world, and they're going to be very highly competitive in the workforce. They will probably be very, very successful people, but they might do it at somebody else's detriment. right? If they are not healthy. When they become very healthy, they become a team player, and it's like, hey, let's win together. But until they get to that healthy level, they're like, I'll stab you in the back to get that promotion. The number 4 is the individualist. This is a very artistic, highly creative person. This is the most emotional person on the Enneagram. They feel like they need to be special, perceived as special, to feel loved. So you'll find a lot of artists have the Enneagram 4 personality. They can write those songs that touch our hearts. An Enneagram 1, he writes some critical song, unless you're a really grumpy person, you're not going to relate to it very much. But the Enneagram 4, she can talk about that lost love. But when they become healthy, you know, everybody when they're at the healthy levels are just amazing 5th degree consciousness beings going through life with love and light, sharing their particular gifts. Number 5 is the investigator. This is the child that probably had parents that were the helicopter parents. And now they just want their space. It's like, leave me alone. Give me some space. So a lot of solitude. To feel safe, they feel like they need to have enough knowledge. So this is the professor, right? That professor that wants to, when they're average or unhealthy, the professor that wants to let you know that he knows more than you. And they will hoard their knowledge unless they really like you. But this is the person that's going to want to talk about the history of, what would be a very boring topic? Give me a boring topic. And I do have Enneagram 5 relatives, so bless their hearts. Okay, so my brother and my mother have a lot of Enneagram 5 and Enneagram 4 qualities. And they can talk about Spanish linguistics for hours. For hours! And my eyes kind of glaze over after the first 5 minutes, and I'm like, how can I politely go do something else? Because I can't do it, you know? But it keeps them feeling safe in the world to have more knowledge than other people. The 6, they say, is the most common Enneagram number. The 6 struggles with fear. They're loyalists when they're average or unhealthy because they feel like they need people to be safe. So an Enneagram 6 is going to align themselves with big organizations that are going to support their feeling safe and feeling right in their beliefs. And they're fear-based. They're constantly thinking about, what do I need to do to be safe? Am I going to lose my job? How do I need to interact with my boss to make sure that I'm not going to get fired? Or who hasn't a first aid kit in their car? Enneagram 6 for sure. Yeah, they will. Okay, number 7, bless his heart. My son is a 7. The enthusiast, always looking for the next exciting thing. And he's been that way his whole life. Are you guys familiar with astrology? Sagittarius. Fun, 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 right? And then along comes Capricorn season, and we got to pay the price for all that fun. That is the Enneagram 7 in a nutshell. They need to have strong boundaries because they don't have any limits to the fun. They are the Energizer bunny. They are going, going, going. What's the next exciting thing? Okay, I just skydived. I just landed on the ground. What am I going to do next? What am I going to do? That adrenaline rush. They get it from experiences. They're a very highly energetic number. Number 8, anybody know somebody that gets pushed back no matter what they suggest to a person? Like you say, hey, let's go to Red Lobster for dinner. No, why are you choosing the restaurant for me, right? The Enneagram 8 is usually the boss in the office. When an Enneagram 8 walks into the room, you know it. If I was an Enneagram 8, I wouldn't be making much eye contact with you guys. I wouldn't be trying to engage you guys. I would be like, I'm here, all eyes on me. And what happens when we put all eyes on somebody? What happens to our energy? We give our energy to whatever we give our attention to. The Enneagram 8, they command attention. The Enneagram 7 also commands attention. They're on the stage. They got a good story to tell. Guess what I did yesterday? These are two of the most energetic numbers on the entire Enneagram. And 9 is the peacemaker. They call it the sloth. I identify with the 9. I do. When I was a sloth. That's what they call it, a sloth. I almost brought my sloth today. I didn't. So I have a little pet sloth. People give me the sloth. But okay, so at a very unhealthy level, before I started doing my spiritual work, before I became emotionally healthy, this is the person that locks themselves away from the world, hides out in their house, can't make a decision, can't decide what they want to do. Anybody here think that it's odd that 9 is at the top instead of 1? Does that strike you guys as odd? The reason for that is the 9 can see everybody else's perspective. And that makes it very hard to make decisions if you're not very healthy and very connected to the authenticity of who you are. And if you're just trying to please everybody else, which an unhealthy 9 will do because they're conflict avoidant, then they can't make a decision. You get caught in triangulation all the time, right? So like in my house, when my son and my husband would be at odds, they're each trying to pull me into the other room and do a sidebar because they know if they just talk to me, I'll see their perspective. I will understand. And maybe I'll go to battle for them and then it's 2 against 1. But they're both doing that. So the 9, conflict avoidant, but finds themselves engaged in conflict all the time. All the time. And they will try to keep the peace outside of themselves to the detriment of their own inner peace because they're not dealing with their own wants and needs. You guys with me? So those are the 9 types of personalities that we encounter every single day. And every single one of those personalities has different levels of health and can show up in different ways. One of the things that they talk about, you guys, so do we have any astrology students here? Okay. So have you noticed that when you go around the zodiac, that the energies kind of merge together a little bit? It's not like an abrupt ending to an energy, right? Let's say Taurus and Aries are right next to each other. Taurus will have a little bit of Aries characteristics. Taurus will also have a little bit of Gemini's characteristics, but they're definitely still a Taurus. And it's the same thing with the Enneagram. So I love trinities, and the Enneagram is full of trinities. So the 8, the 9, and the 1 are in what's called the triad, and they share a common characteristic in that they are attempting to deal with anger, but they deal with it in very different ways. The 8, who's the challenger, oh honey, you know, when an 8 is angry with you, it's a volcano. Like, holy cow, dad just blew his top again. I'm going to go hide under the bed until he's done, and then I know he'll be okay again. The 9, the peacemaker, a conflict-resistant person, buries their anger so far down, they don't even realize that they're an angry person. But it's dragging down their vibration. They've got to learn how to deal with the anger in a very healthy way. They all 3 of them need to. The 1, he's a perfectionist. How would a perfectionist deal with anger, you guys? Throw things? Well, you got to remember he's a perfectionist. Does a perfect person get angry? They try not to. They get angry, but they want the whole world to look at him as this perfect person. So they have to hold it in, and then it turns into resentment. So, and again, mind you, I'm talking in averages, and most everybody here is probably highly elevated, but you are working and living with people who are average personalities. Okay. The 2, the 3, and the 4 are all dealing with the issue of shame. At the heart of everything, there's a little bit of shame. The helper feels like they're not worthy of love unless they're bending over backwards and being the martyr and doing everything for everybody else. And only then are they worthy of love. The 2 becomes a very healthy individual when they realize that what they need to be focused on is loving themselves and getting love from within them and then extending it outwards instead of trying to have this exchange. Like, if I love you enough, you'll love me back and you'll fill that void. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So the 2 finds their elevated consciousness when they learn self-love. So when I'm working with a client that's 2, I know we're going to work on some self-love issues and get over that. Number 3 feels ashamed of themselves, the average 3 or unhealthy 3, if they don't come in first place. That's a very stressful way to live. Can you imagine always having to be in first place? Holy cow. These people put some stress and pressure on themselves. The number 4 feels like they have to be special and different to be loved. And if they don't get that from you, so let's say you have a 4 spouse and you buy them a Christmas gift. It better reflect some element of their personality or they will be heartbroken, right? The 4 is going to get the most meaningful gift for whoever they give a gift to. It's be like, I know that you like astrology and I saw this beautiful astrological pillow and I'm going to buy it in April and put it away till January because it's the perfect gift for you. That's what they want back. And so if we don't have that personality style or we don't understand their personality style and their need to be so different, then we're like, what the heck is wrong with my wife? I gave her a beautiful gift and she's in the bedroom crying hysterically. Anybody know for? Yeah? Okay. Number 5, the investigator. They really need to feel like they know everything to feel safe in the world. But the flip side of that is that they don't like to be challenged. So like I have a very dear friend who's a 5 and he wants to start up these very intellectual conversations with me, which I'm capable of doing because I grew up in a 5 household. I can do it, especially if it's about a spiritual topic. Then yeah, let's investigate. Let's learn everything we can. So I encouraged him to keep in mind he was a college professor. He was an engineering professor, highly intellectual. I encouraged him to read The Law of One. Are you guys familiar with The Law of One? The verbiage is intense because it's supposed to be these channeled books and they don't speak modern day English. But he was up to the challenge, right? He's at that high level of intellect. And he loved it until the very end where he realized that they believed in aliens and that's how they started getting these channeled messages was that they were trying to contact with aliens. And so something in the last book about UFOs just set him off. He couldn't accept anything else that they had said, even though it's an amazing set of books. What I learned from The Law of One is that I don't have to be responsible for anybody else. We all have this path and have our own path. And in the 3rd dimension, we are supposed to choose, are we on the path of love or are we on the path of selfishness? And either choice is fine because we all wind up at the back at the same place, right? If you do the selfish path, you can only go up to the 6th density. Then you have to turn back and go on the love path. So it's like, bless you, honey, love you. That's not the experience I signed up for. I don't want all that suffering, but you go, girl. Have a good time playing in the mud, right? And I'm okay with it. And the Law of One helped me get to that. So I do recommend learning about the Law of One, especially if you're a people pleaser. You know, it's like, oh, I don't need to save you. You'll save yourself. Number 6, when they face their fears and stop being so fearful, they are the most amazing people. As a culture, we are in the workplace, we're 3s, but in our personal lives, there's a lot of 6s, right? We get bombarded with the news all the time. And that can cause very fear-based behaviors. So we want to try to overcome those. We don't want to really do that. 7, the enthusiasts, I told you, they don't always have boundaries, right? And they don't like to talk about anything that's not pleasant. So I've always been drawn to the number 7 personalities because I need some fun in my life. I can be serious. I can be a very security-minded, serious person. And so I need the 7s, but I've learned through the Enneagram, those 7s will disappear out of your life if you want to talk about too many serious things with them. So they have a place in my life, but if I've got a problem, I'm going to my 2 friend. If I want to sob and cry, I'm going to my 4 friend. She'll sit there in those emotions with me. My 7 is like, girl, get over it. Let's go out. Let's go skydive. Let's go do something. Get your mind off of it, right? Depending on what you're wanting from your friend, I need to be adaptable. People are not always going to be who I want them to be, but they all have a place in my life. The 8, we talked about the challenger, that big presence. They have their walls up. The last thing they want to do is be vulnerable. And if they let you in, they are the biggest protector in the world. They will protect you and stand up for you, and they will push you to stand up for yourself, right? You go out to eat and your order is not quite right. What's a 9 going to do? You get your plate and it's not quite right. And it's, don't take it back. They're like, oh, it's fine. It's fine. I'll eat it. If they're out to dinner with an 8, that 8 is like, to hell with that. It's not fine. You're paying for it. You ordered it. It's got to be made right. And so sometimes there can be this conflict between the 8 and the 9. But if the 8's doing that for you, it's because they love you. They're like, come on, stand up for yourself. You don't have to do that. So, okay, so we were talking a little bit about the energetics with the zodiac. And so with the yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes. Yes. 6, 7, and 8 are all fear-based. Okay, so they call these the triads. Thank you so much. They call these the triads.
Wait. 8, 9, and 1 were together earlier.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 5, 6, and 7, fear-based. Thank you. 8, 9, and 1, anger. 2, 3, and 4. I love that you're listening and paying attention. 2, 3, and 4, shame. 5, 6, and 7, fear. Okay, and they have other things in common as well. So we've said that this is like the 9 different paths back to God. Has anybody here read Conversations with God? In that book, it's channeled information from God to Neil Donald Walsh. It's an older book, but it's very relevant. And God is explaining to Neil that he talks to us all the time in so many different ways. And we need to understand how God talks to us so that we can really listen. The 8, the 9, and the 1, they're called the gut triad. They feel things in their gut. It's just this inner knowing. It's not an emotional feeling, it's an inner knowing. So being in the gut triad, when I was moving to Phoenix, I had a realtor that took me around and showed me to 20 houses in one day. And when I found the right one, I knew it in my gut. It's this house or none of them. We will start all over again tomorrow if you don't get me this house. This is where I'm meant to be. I had no emotional connection to that house. I'd never been there. I had no logical connection to that house, but my gut knew that's where I was supposed to be.
I had that experience too. I can tell you the exact story.
Okay, great. Yeah, and you just knew, right? I just got the chills. So do you identify with any of these numbers? Do you? Okay. And let's see. The 2, the 3, and the 4 are the most emotional numbers. They're heart-centered. They're very much heart-centered. So if I'm having a conflict with a 2, a 3, or a 4, I'm going to ask them, how do you feel about that? I would not ask a 5. How do you feel about that? What do you think about that? You got it. 5, 6, and 7 are in their heads. And they can overthink, and that's what can drive the fear, right? Any of you guys ever get stuck in a loop where like you're thinking about all the different possibilities and everything that could go wrong, and yeah, it spirals. So these 3 numbers deal with anxiety, right? And if you're not an anxiety number, you can get really irritated with these people, but they're just in survival mode, right? And we want to get everybody out of survive into thrive. And understanding who we are allows that to happen. And understanding who they are allows us to stay out of judgment, stay out of unforgiveness, and allows us to have compassion and connect on deep and meaningful ways that can help calm them down a little bit, right? So some people need to be calmed down a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, so anybody here ever do aura photographs? Okay, so it was a beautiful moment for me when about 6 months ago I had an aura photograph done, and after I'd been doing a lot of Enneagram work, and the woman was saying, "Oh my gosh, you're so balanced and everything is so good, but I want you to be aware there's little flecks of brown spots are anger. You got a little bit of anger in your aura." And I was like, hallelujah, thank you, God. I am finally learning how to process and deal with anger in healthy ways instead of self-destructive ways. When I started my spiritual work 7 years ago, somebody described me as being a porcupine with its quills turned inside. Because, when you hold all that anger in, that's not healthy. That's not good. Your anger is meant to guide you, right? There's such a thing as righteous anger. I'm not going to be a volcano. I'm not going to be a hothead, but I will address my anger and say, okay, something's telling me this is not right for me, and I'm mad enough to do something about it and create positive change in my life. So emotions are beautiful. There is nothing wrong with emotions. What's wrong is that in the process of domestication, we get cut off. We get cut off from using our emotions to guide us because we're trying so hard to be loved by everybody outside of us. And this is just a beautiful tool. But, okay. So there are your Enneagram number will be dependent on what your primary motivation in life is. So there's 3 motivations that the Enneagram talks about. 1 is safety and security. 2, power and control. 3, love and affection. So primary motivators in life.
Safety and security.
Safety and security, power and control, love and affection. And that's going to kind of help drive you. And you're going to make your decisions from there, right? You need to.
So would that relate to these 5, 6, and 7 are in fear? So that they probably are driven by safety and security.
Yeah.
So we're getting at the top 3.
Well, you know what? We can be any of those within ourselves. Some of the things are flexible within the Enneagram. And we got to remember that flexibility in how we engage in the world. And we can, at some points in our life, you guys with Maslow's hierarchy of needs? Okay. So until your basic needs are met, you're not even thinking about how can I become spiritually enlightened. You can't, because you're struggling. Where am I going to sleep tonight? What am I going to eat? And we can learn to climb up Maslow's hierarchy and get to this place where like, man, life is good. And I'm just going to go and learn everything I can about love, forgiveness, gratitude. And then what happens? Your wife leaves you, or you lose your job, and your safety and security is gone, and you've tumbled down off that pyramid and you're down at the bottom again. But once you've made it to the top, you have the tools to get back. Life's going to keep testing you. How much do you really believe that love is the answer? And if you want to fall down and get lost in despair, and that's going to be That's going to be your challenge. Okay, so I'm being told by everything I've read that what your Enneagram number is remains the same throughout your life. But I'm not sure I buy that because your Enneagram number, right, is caused by an initial trauma. We're living in a modern age where we have more than one traumatic experience. So I really believe that based on your traumatic experience, your Enneagram, if it overshadows your other traumatic experience, I believe your Enneagram number can shift and change. But going back to the astrology, whatever your primary number is, and you got to remember, you have a little bit of all of these qualities within you. We're just talking about what's your dominant qualities, what's your dominant personality characteristics. Just like in astrology, we don't just have Taurus in us. We've got every astrological symbol somewhere in our chart. It might not be the most dominant, but it's there somewhere in our chart, which is why we have a little bit of all of this within us. We can relate to all the different numbers. But once you get to the elevated consciousness, you can decide what do you want to cultivate the most in. And that is better than another number, right? Everybody wants to be a 7 though, right? 7 is the life of the party. You know when a 7 shows up in the room. You know. They're like, I'm here, the party started. Oh, yeah, so you know. A lot of times the 9, you won't even notice the 9. If I'm not front and center speaking, chances are I'm sitting quietly observing. I'm assessing all the time. Is this a safe person to be around? Are they going to create conflict in my life? I don't like conflict. It takes me a while to warm up. Oh, you're safe? Okay, good girl. Let's go. Let's go out dancing or whatever. But until I assess that you're not going to be a rageaholic, creating disruption and chaos in my life, I'm going to quietly back and watch you. But that keeps me as a lower energetic vibration. It's not your level of consciousness when I'm talking about energy with the Enneagram. I'm talking about physical energy. Who has the most energy to engage in physicality? And I have some notes. I'll have to read my notes on that. But the 9, it's like I said, it's called the sloth. I like to call it campfire energy, right? Campfire is good stuff. You sit, you enjoy. It's not a bonfire. A 7 is a bonfire. A 9 is a campfire. So
I want to say, Dawn, I think I'd switch. I really feel like when I was younger, I would have been the back woman in the room. Look at me, I'm cute.
Yeah.
But I wasn't necessarily a 7, but somewhere in that 5, 6, 7, I can relate to that in my younger life. Almost like I feel like that was another life. But
yeah.
With my spiritual practice, I feel like I'm up here towards the top, and I use my gut a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. You as you become more spiritual, you do become more connected to being able to hear that. So there's hope for my crazy 17-year-old. There's hope. Okay, so I'm going to put on my reading glasses that I'm usually too vain to wear, and we're going to go over the energetics because I think that's important and that helps people really identify. And most people don't really, if you get an Enneagram book, they don't really explain this as well. There's a gentleman. This is not my brilliance. This is Dr. Tom. He's on YouTube. He's videos where they place the different personalities in different settings and just look at the ridiculousness of the behavior. So you can have a lot of fun with it, but you can also use it to do your shadow work, which is really, really important. Okay, so the 9 is described by Dr. as the infant or old lady energy. I like campfire energy. Is there anybody here that's ever gone to Orange Theory Gym? Okay, so like when I think about the Enneagram energy levels, Orange Theory is crazy. I did a mindful eating presentation one time for them. You walk in, they strap something on your wrist. There's TVs up there where it's showing everybody else's, how fast their heart rate is or what their calorie burn is or whatever. And it is nonstop go, 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 go competition. One, the perfectionist would go to Orange Theory. 3, the achiever, who wants to be at the best gym, is going to go to Orange Theory. And 8, the high energy 8, aggressive, lots of testosterone, will be at Orange Theory. I am a 9. I am at Mountainside Fitness doing core on the floor. Don't make me do any cardio. Don't make me lift anything more than 5 pounds. I am a 9. I am an infant energy. That's me. Okay, so 2, we've already said, is the energy of the mom or the caretaker. The 3 is the energy of the oldest child. Anybody here have kids? Is your oldest like more overachieving than the youngest? Is that a natural? Ah, yeah. Okay. The 4 has the emotional energy of the middle child, right? The one that's left out, that doesn't feel special. He's the firstborn. He's the baby. Where do I fit in? I just need to be special too. That's the 4. So there's a breakdown here between the 4 and the 5, and I'm going to go over these lines with you. Is somebody keeping an eye on the time for me? I can talk about Enneagrams forever. I'm so sorry. How are we? 13? Got 13 minutes? Okay, good. So you can see all the lines are connected, except for there's no line connecting the 4 with the 5. And a lot of Enneagram specialists talk about that this is the place where 4s and 5s kind of get lost in depression, because both of these can struggle with depression. And they can kind of get lost in depression because they're missing a connection. And until they evolve, you know, it's challenging. That's a challenging spot. But Dr. Tom LaHue, when he talks about the break between the 4 and the 5, he says this is the spot where the Enneagram transitions out of the family style energy into the energy of peer groups. So the 5 is the energy of emotional detachment. The 5 likes to hang out at home. He's very low energy. His energy is going into his books and his studies, and he's not getting a lot of energy back from other people, right? Like as a 9, I've learned to be very cognizant and respect my energy, so that I know when I go out in public and I catch myself observing, I know if I only night, I'm going to go home and need to go to bed for 2 days and recover from having given all of my attention to the 8s and the 7s and whoever else is in the room. But if I make a point to actually engage in conversation, I can go home just like all the other normals and still feel good. So, but the 5, oh my gosh, they're very low energy. They want to lock themselves in the room. If you have a 5 child, he's probably in his room playing computer games instead of out running around on the streets with his friends. He wants to be left alone. Are you relating? Do you know a 5? Okay. So bless their hearts. They need to learn how to connect in the world in a way that's going to give them some energy back. Because I understand what it feels like to be that drained. At 9, when they don't have any understanding of all this, can be very drained like the 5. So these are the 2 lowest physical energy. They can be highly spiritual people, but still not have the physicality to get out there in the world and be a spiritual activist the way that we all need to do and be. Okay, so the 6 is, so you've got the 5 that's like independent. I don't want mom and dad in my business. I'm going to just hang out in my room. The 6 is like the middle school years. All of a sudden they got peer groups, right? And they want to have strong connections to groups. Religion, politics, unions, whatever it is. They feel safe in groups. And 7 is focused on, I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. That's boring. So, right, they're maturing. I don't need to be a pack animal. I am maturing into my own energetic self, I need to find something that's exciting and different. And they kind of branch out onto their own. And the 8 is the first independent adult energy. I'm an adult. I don't need anybody telling me what to do. This is my fence. Don't come in unless a little bit. Okay, so like we were talking about with the zodiac, the merging of the energies, how this happens in the Enneagram is that they call them the wings. Whatever numbers are on either side of a number would be the wings. And so they say, okay, you have this energy, but as a 9, if I needed to, I could lean into my 8 wing and take on some of those characteristics. Or I could lean into my 1 wing and take on some of those characteristics. So you'll see like a lot of 9s that have a hard time making decisions, have a hard time getting going and making changes in their lives because their 1 wing is so strong and it's a perfectionist. So they're sitting around thinking about, I don't know what to do. There's so many choices. And which one can I do perfectly? I think I'll just ignore all the choices and just stay home and watch TV and eat my comfort food. Okay, so the wings of the 2 would be the 1 and the 3. The wings of the 3 would be the 5 and the 4. So you guys have an idea. So we can share energetics and characteristics with other numbers while still being dominantly 1 number. So okay, there is a ton of Enneagram evaluations, but this is where it gets tricky. I recommend the Enneagram Institute. It is the most comprehensive. They say it takes about 40 minutes to actually take the test. It's a series of yes or no questions, and you just go to the enneagraminstitute.com. There's a couple different kinds of tests. I recommend the $12 one, and it's amazing. But what happens when you take this, you have to be very cognizant. You're not taking this test based primarily just on the behaviors that you have right now. We're looking for patterns over the lifetime. So as you answer these questions, you have to be honest and self-reflect. Did I used to act like that? Yeah, I used to act like that. It's a series of true and false questions. So, and then they send you a report. It comes out really fast. But what's going to happen is it's going to give you your 3 highest scores. And there are look-alike numbers. So like the 9 and the 2 are both people pleasers, but for very different reasons. The 2 is begging for love, and the 9 is, yeah, I'll do whatever you want. Just don't get mad at me because I don't like anger. Keep your anger off of me. Yeah, I don't really care, but I don't want your anger on me. So, and every number will have a look-alike number. But in addition to the look-alike numbers, when we're looking at the lines, we have a stress line and we have a healthy line. So as a 9, when I get stressed out, like if it's really a lot of stress, they disintegrate into an unhealthy 3, which is fear-based, which is why they can't make decisions. The fear is just overwhelming and they're like a deer in the headlights. But when I'm healthy, then my line goes to the 3, the achiever. And then I put together presentations and I go out and I meet people and I write my book and I get excited about life. When I am healthy, I'm a healthy 3. Okay, but every number has their own patterns of where they line up to in health and where they line up to in stress. But you can kind of, if you know what the red flags are, like, holy cow, I didn't realize I was getting stressed, because sometimes it happens very slowly. And when your stress levels are elevating, your personality behaviors start to change a little bit. And then you can have like, okay, I don't want to go further down the spectrum. I'm going to do something about it and make positive change. But everybody has levels. Everybody has emotionally healthy levels. And it's just fascinating. It's fascinating to get to know people on a deeper, more intimate level, but especially to know ourselves, because these are the most important relationships we have, is our relationship with ourselves. And when we can say, this is the way God made me, or the universe made me, or source made me, whatever you want to say it, it's like, okay, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to shame myself. I'm not going to be angry with myself. I'm not going to be afraid of going out and living life to the fullest. Any questions? Got questions?
I'm gonna be vulnerable.
Okay, I love that.
When I go dark,
Uh-huh.
I get paranoid. Everyone's not.
Yeah.
They did that on purpose.
Yeah. They set you up. So paranoid, that's 6. Paranoid 6. But okay, that I've seen, and I think I might even have a paper on the Enneagram types as villains. You guys, I've got 3 binders of information on the Enneagrams. I could do classes on all kinds of different stuff about the Enneagram. But, you know, we're all capable of having darkness within us, extreme darkness. And Russ Hudson, I think that's his name. I'm going to give you my card, but it's the wisdom of the Enneagram. They're the ones that really kind of touch on the darkness, which I find fascinating. I started off my educational journey in criminal justice. So I was like, I do find darkness a little fascinating. What is going through their heads? So I do know, just off the top of my head, the secret of 1, you know, because he's got to be perfect, keeps secrets. And they have this image of perfection. So this would be like the preacher, right? That can do no wrong. And then you find out that he killed his whole family, you know, something like that, right? And there's the 7 that I think is the most likely to become like schizophrenic. And, you know, so there are some dark areas of the Enneagram. There's some extremely enlightened. But so you're dealing with anger issues when you get stressed. So you would have a line to an 8. So the 5 has a line to the 7, and the 5 has a line to an 8, which would be a stress number as well. The 2 becomes an 8 when they're stressed. That lovely mama that you love so much, when they're not getting anything in return, and they can blow like an 8. Yeah. So yeah, but really, so what you do is you go to the Enneagram Institute, you get 3 different printouts, and it'll give you 3 different explanations of who they think that you might be. And then you look and say, okay, like for me, mine was a 9, a 2, and a 6, because I had a very stressful younger childhood. So you're going to find your stress number on there as a possibility. You will probably find you're highly achieving if you've had a really easy life, or you will find look-alike number. I really wanted to be the 2. Who doesn't want to be a loving, mothering 2? Who wants to be a sloth? You think you're a sloth? Yeah, but sloth they get to the point where they're highly elevated. You're a core in the floor yoga, restorative yoga guy? Yeah, the peacekeeping. Yeah, yeah. So, and it's okay to get angry. Just tells you where your boundaries are. Yeah, and we don't need to overthink it. But I do have cards, and if you guys are interested in Enneagram classes, they know how to get a hold of me. I would love to do some Enneagram classes. Or if you just want to get your Enneagram done on the Enneagram Institute and you have a few questions to go in deeper, because there are a lot of different trinities and there's a lot of ways to really narrow it down. And I'm happy to help. I love this stuff. It's so much fun. So much fun. But thank you guys for coming. I'm so glad that you're here. And I love that it's during the 1111 portal where all the energy supports being authentic. So there's lots of stuff on the internet. Dr. Tom LaHoo can be hysterical. Okay, I will do that.
For that, if you guys want to see this or any of the speeches or talks today, you can review them as Word Disney Tarot, which is on YouTube or Facebook. This whole thing is live streamed, so you can rewatch it at your leisure, whichever speech you want, all the different presentations.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. And your wife has my card. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But
so this is something I think would be beneficial.
yeah, I mean, I can show you some of my binders and some of the topics I have, you know, because we can sit down and just talk about conflict for a few hours, or I'll let you kind of, this is just one of my binders. I have many more at home, but it's alphabetized. You can kind of get a glimpse at some of the topics that we can build on and talk about. But Dr. Tom LaHue is good, but there's also, there's lots of women who do like really funny things. Like, you know, they'll take a situation and put the Enneagrams in a setting. And so like when they were talking about going camping, you know, the Enneagram 1 is going to be the person that gives you all the rules. No shoes in the tents. And number 2 is going to be like, I brought enough food for the whole campground. What do you like? You know, I got it all. And the 3 is like, oh, I'm going glamping, right? They're not, because they got to be above and beyond. And the 4 is going to be out in nature, exploring some aspect that's different than what all the rest of the tourists are doing. That's the number 4. And the number 5 is going to be sitting in the tent with a light reading his book. The number 6 is going to be slapping at the mosquitoes, like, oh my gosh, I hope I don't catch malaria. Yeah. And the 7 is going to be cliff diving into the water source. The 8 is going to just be
challenging the authority of number 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Who are you to tell me that I can't wear my shoes? And why are we in this camp spot when I think we should be over there? That's going to be the 8. And the number 9 is going to just be sitting out and meditating. Yeah, yeah. Why are you guys, you know, why are we fighting over who's going to jump off the cliff or whether we should go do this or go do that? Why can't we just stay here by the campfire and just enjoy each other? Yeah. So it's just interesting to see the people in different dynamics. But I do have a lot of stuff at home also about work relationships and dynamics at work, because sometimes we need help with that too. But I love the Enneagram. I'm in the process of writing several different books to use it in new and different ways.
You're writing several books at
Yeah,
once?
yeah. Well, it's based on the same concept, but just applying it in different ways, right? So,
Chicken noodle soup for
yeah,
the soul and chicken noodle soup for the family.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, 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 that's right. So it's very exciting. I do love it. And I do thank you guys so much for being here. It really made my day to be able to share something that I like so much with people that are happy to be here and smiling. So, yeah, lots of different ways to use the Enneagram. And no, but my mother's from upstate New York, and she taught me how to talk. So I've always gotten that my entire life. Is like, are you from New York? No, I've only been there once. So yeah, was born in El Paso, Texas, and grew up in New Mexico. Mm-hmm.
How funny, where's your mom from in New York?
Rochester.
No way.
Yeah, are you from Rochester? Oh, did you? Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. So, but you can hear it. You can hear it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So, my mom taught me how to talk. Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for coming. I hope I see you all again. I do a variety of different things. I'm not just about the Enneagram. I facilitate book discussions. I used to be an English teacher in a different life, And so, but I do facilitate spiritual book discussions where I pull in psychology and other sources from whatever we're reading. A lot of Toltec stuff, a lot of Hawaiian ancient wisdom I'm very fond of, but also, yeah, we'll do like, we just did The Secret Life of Water. We did The Law of Attraction with Abraham Hicks.
What do you mean you sit down and read the whole book and discuss it?
No, they have to read at home because, honey, I got and come back and discuss. And if they don't read, that's fine too. We're still talking about the concepts because there's so much to everything that I can't just sit down and read the book with you. If you want to read the book, read the book. If you don't want to read the book, don't read the book. But if you want to discuss the topics and see what psychology and science says to support it, I'm your girl. Come, we'll have a great conversation. Yeah, but it's like a stepping stone, right? But I probably have already 10 book studies that are already completely done out, you know, with like reviews and yeah.